Hello. Am I audible?
Yes. Hello.
पहले तेरा गोल्डन पॉइंट फर्स्ट पे आएगा. एक कोई बोला क्या
नीलंशा मैम ले रही है भाई.
Good morning, Anil.
Hey, good morning, Ami.
How are
Good
you?
morning. I'm good. Thank you. All well.
Signing in from Mumbai or Australia?
Mumbai. I'm back in Mumbai.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good. Hello, Dr. Patankar.
Hi, Dr. Ami. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Anil, Dr. Patankar is the main dean and administrator at Jupiter Hospital, Pune.
Good morning, Dr. Partner.
Hi,
Welcome.
good morning, Anil. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Good morning, Anil sir. Good morning, Dr. Patnagar. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
Ilangsha, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
We are just
Good
waiting
morning,
for
Dr. Nisha.
our other panelists, and then we shall start.
Oh,
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Hello,
Yes.
good morning. I'm here, Priyadarshan.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello,
Hello,
fine.
good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Dinesh.
Hello, good morning, Dinesh.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Rami. Hi, Nilansha.
Sir, how are you?
Doing fine. Thank you.
Can we all have your cameras on? So,
Yeah.
Yes, how can you switch on the camera? दिसेल कुठे?
So we are going to learn a lot from you, one from finance, one from healthcare, one from manufacturing, logistics. So Dr. Dinesh is doing logistics with Blue Yonder, and he's a product development and a logistics. And we also have a journalist in Mr. Parag Priyadarshan. So it's going to be an interesting session on AI intervention in all these interdisciplinary fields.
Looks a little out of place for me. There are a lot of doctors here. So I'm not sure if at
We
least
are doctors because it's an academic hazard, okay?
Yeah, but doctors are doctors, right? So yeah.
So you are not out of place at all.
Yeah. Difficult to go and get that DR in front of your name, right?
I must also add that while I'm a doctor, an actual doctor, I don't practice anymore. I'm into full-time administration.
Right? Nilangshana ma'am, can we start at 10:05?
Yes, ma'am. I was also thinking the same. We can start at 10:05. So another 3 minutes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Start. Ami ma'am. Ma'am, I can't hear. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, so I guess we should start this session now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of the 5th International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Interdisciplinary Studies. Today, we have a very interesting panel with us. We are going to talk about generative AI in healthcare, technology, finance, and journalism, challenges and strategic approaches. So we are in the transformative moment right now where artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, is reshaping industries and revolutionizing the way we work, we innovate, and interact with information. From enhancing medical diagnostics to streamlining financial operations, or creation in journalism and driving technological advancements, generative AI is pushing the boundaries of possibility. Today, we have an esteemed panel of experts who bring deep industry insights and diverse perspectives on how generative AI is disrupting and redefining the respective fields. Let me take a moment to introduce all our guests to you. The first guest that we have on our panel is Dr. Rajendra Patankar. With 25 years of rich healthcare experience, he is currently the CEO of Jupiter Hospital, Pune since 2019. He was earlier with Radiant Life Care and worked as the Chief Operating Officer of Nanavati Super Speciality Hospital, Mumbai. Dr. Patankar has played a significant role in brand repositioning of the 65-year-old iconic hospital, well known as Dr. Balabhai Nanavati Hospital, located in Mumbai, western suburbs. He has led the team to complete turnaround in operations, both clinically and financially, in one of the most complex working environments. And Hospital Administration and Planning from Kasturba Medical College, Dr. Patankar has commissioned more than 7 hospitals and has successfully managed them. Dr. Patankar is on the academic board of Goenka School of Management for the course Masters in Hospital Administration. He is a recipient of the Vashisht Paryavaran Mitra Award by Environmental Medical Association. He has also worked with reputed institutes like Manipal Hospital, Fortis Healthcare, Hinduja Hospital, Aster DM Healthcare, and Surya Child Care. Sir, we welcome you today to our panel, and we are very honored to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Dinesh Damodaran. He's a Senior Director of Product Development Supply Planning at Blue Yonder, where he leads the development of advanced supply chain planning solvers. He holds a BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Bombay, and an MS and a PhD in Industrial and Systems Engineering from Ohio State University, USA. With a deep heuristic-based planning solvers, he has helped in building and mentoring the product development team while collaborating with consulting, customer support, and customers to solve complex supply chain challenges across industries such as food and beverage, semiconductors, electronics, automotives, and metals. He has also worked closely with pre-sales and sales teams to support and close sales cycles for leading global customers. Currently, he is focused on the development of Blue Yonder's cognitive planning solutions for supply chain planning. He will be presenting his presentation on AI and supply chain management. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you. Our third speaker for the day is Mr. Anil Bhandari. He is a distinguished leader in risk advisory, cybersecurity, and governance, serving as a mentor for ANB, a premier risk advisory service company headquarters in India with countries. Under his guidance, ANB has successfully served over 2,000 clients across various industries, established itself as a front runner in cybersecurity and resilience. With more than 25 years of experience, Anil is recognized thought leader in risk management and governance, actively contributing to the industry standards and initiatives. He has held several influential positions, including the past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors in India, Global Task Force member for the Institute of Information and Systems Control, USA. He was also elected as the chairperson of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, West Region, representing over 1 lakh members, and served 2 terms at the Central Council members of ICAI, where he led a digital transformation initiative impacting over 4 lakh members and 1 million students. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you on our panel. Panelist for the day is Mr. Parag Priyadarshan, who is a writer, journalist, and a critic. He is a distinguished Indian writer, journalist, and literary critic, and holds a master's degree in English, first class, and a bachelor's degree in journalism. As a prolific author, he has written across multiple genres, including fiction, poetry, criticism, and journalism. His notable work includes the novel Zindagi Life, short story collections such as Barish, Dhuan aur Dost, Uske Hisse Ka Jadoo, as well as poetry collections like Ye Jo Kaya Ki Maya Hai, Nasht Kuch Bhi Nahi Hota, and critical works including Global Samay Mein Gadi, Global Samay Mein Kavita, while Naya Daur Ka Naya Cinema explores the contemporary cinema. His journalism focused book Khabar Bekhabar and memoirs like Dunya Mere Aage offers deep insights into his experiences. His languages, including English translation of Zindagi Live and Marathi translation of Nasht Kuch Bhi Nahi Hota. Priyadarshan sir has also translated significant literary works, including Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children, Arundhati Roy's The Great Common Good. So he has edited several short stories also. With an extensive career spanning over literature, journalism, translation, Priyadarshan sir remains a vital voice in the contemporary Hindi literature as well as journalism. Welcome, sir, on the panel. I would now hand over the panel to you. And we would like to start with Dr. Rajendra Patankar with his presentation, moving on to the other speakers.
I'm sharing my presentation.
Yes.
Correct. Can you see the slide?
Yes, sir. We can see the slide. Yes.
Okay. Hi. So good morning to all of you. I'm really excited to be present on this topic of Gen AI in healthcare. And I'd like to give you an overview of the whole current landscape, the potential benefits, the challenges, the ethical considerations of AI implementation in the Indian healthcare ecosystem as a perspective. I'd like to thank Ashokji, Naresh, Dr. Nareshji Saraf, Dr. Ami Vora, Principal and Head, Durga Devi Goenka Management College of Media Studies, for giving me this opportunity, and of course, Ms. Nilanksha Sajdev for the smooth coordination.
Thank you, sir.
So, India ranks second globally in the generative AI adoption, a testament to our commitment to the whole technological advancements in healthcare and the intent of the great people of this country who want to become world leaders in AI, just the way we conquered the IT segment of the whole world. AI is no longer a futuristic concept now. It is actively being integrated into healthcare systems worldwide, driving improvements in diagnosis, treatment, and operational efficiency. In fact, after a few years from today, everybody will have no choice but to be connected with AI in some or the other manner. So in this presentation, I thought I'll analyze how India is leveraging this AI potential for the benefit of its people and of course the whole mankind. Some of the key transformative areas which I thought I should mention here with respect to the healthcare is faster and accurate diagnosis, more accurate diagnostics. AI-powered imaging and predictive analysis helps us improve in early detection of diseases. Personalized medicine. AI tailors treatment plans based on genetic and your lifestyle data. Just the way we saw Star Trek in our childhood days, a lot of things what we saw then are actually happening in reality now, including Dr. McCoy, who actually used to use a small equipment, scan through the person, and then create a specific treatment for that, something like a personalized medicine. And thirdly, it will help in reducing the whole cost of healthcare across various areas in the whole healthcare delivery chain, including whether pharmaceuticals or diagnostics or otherwise. But there are a couple of critical questions that we need to understand. Along which comes along with the transformative benefits. How does AI truly impact the healthcare system? Number one. Number two could be, what challenges should we overcome to this AI adoption? How can we make it more seamless and more easy? And how do we ensure AI serves everyone, particularly the underserved populations of this country? Because in India till now, we realize that the major part of the healthcare is still focused towards the tier one, the metros, the tier one and the tier two cities now. But a good part of the rural part of the country is still underserved. And you will find a doctor or a radiologist very difficult in these locations. So while they may have a X-ray machine or a CT scan machine, there won't be any radiologist to report to that particular X-ray or CT. And this is where AI can come to our benefit. So, AI has drastically improved medical imaging to start with. And by enhancing the whole resolution of X-rays, the CT scans, the magnetic resonance imagings, there are algorithms which can now detect subtle sign of diseases such as cancer and tuberculosis, and well ahead of time. And every passing moment with the amount of data that is coming into the whole AI system, their capability to improve on the diagnosis is improving day by day or every minute. So it can transcend any human potential to diagnose a particular, let's say, a cancer or a tuberculosis looking at a X-ray. Drug discovery is another area where AI stimulates and proposes novel molecular structures, reducing the whole drug discovery cycle, which used to earlier range from, which currently ranges from 10 to 15 years. It can drastically bring it down to, let's say, 2 or 3 years. And these drugs which are discovered could also be optimized with respect to the side effects that normally have. And that's the reason why, drug discovery takes a longer period of time. And the third thing is the personalized medicine. AI allows us to move beyond a one-size-fits-all approach to healthcare. There will be customized medicine for each and every patient based on his genetic data information, his family history, the health history, and so many other treatment plans that he has undergone in his previous life. And this is where AI can really be a game changer. There are certain rare disease diagnosis which used to earlier take almost 5 to 7 years to diagnose, which with the help of AI we can do it in a few months essentially. And in such cases, diagnosing it earlier can help us to sort of mitigate or reduce the overall the problems which a patient can expect in his future life. Traditional medicine like Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush has been leveraging the AI to analyze Ayurvedic formulations and are helping to provide personalized health recommendations. It depends upon the type of personality a person has, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, you must have heard. And with AI, they are now harnessing the whole power of information which Ayurveda has to bring it to a concise manner for treating patients or using the allopathic the Ayush means. Another area where AI can be of help is the mental health solutions. Honestly, I feel currently the whole world is undergoing a pandemic, a silent pandemic of mental health diseases, with almost 1 in every 7 people in India affected by some sort of a mental disorder. In a sense, it could be a mild depression as well. But there are new enterprises, AI chatbots like Visa, which are making mental health supports more accessible. And it's going a big way, especially in the rural parts of the country where access to good doctors or good healthcare is not so easy. So AI support systems in hospitals, coming to the hardcore hospitals kind of systems. Here we have surgical robots. We use robots like Da Vinci for general surgeries and laparoscopic and cancer surgeries. We use the orthopedic robot. They are basically guided missile technology systems where very accurately you can access a particular part of the body with keyhole precision, with absolute precision, with no movement of the particular robotic arm. And it's very interesting to share with you that in case of an ortho robo, even if the surgeon is actually pressing using the particular robo to drill the particular part of the bone, because of the information is fed in the system, even if the surgeon is holding and wanting to cut the bone further, the AI will not allow it to cut the bone further, because everything whatever has to be done as a part of the joint replacement is defined in the whole system. And this is a big safety for the patient as well as for the doctor. Then there are things like emergency room triage, where AI tools like Triage Go have reduced the ER waiting times by almost 38% to ensure critical cases get immediate attention. ICU monitoring has been practiced for quite some time, but AI has made it more efficient. I remember when I was working with Fortis Hospital at Noida, we used to manage a ICU somewhere in the northeast part of the country. And the nearest hospital from that location where a doctor was available was almost 60, 70 odd kilometers, which used to take almost 2 hours in that hilly terrain. Improving clinical efficiency. Three things that helps us in the improving the clinical efficiency. First is the task automation. AI automates almost 50% of administrative tasks, reducing the patient wait time by 25 to 30%. And this we are actively utilizing in our whole HMIS system, where we can actually predict the ingress of the patients and then sort of, if we know that there is a reason why the doctor would be delayed for his OPD, we can inform the patients well in advance. Then there are decision support systems which are powered by AI, which help doctors to make faster and evidence-based clinical decisions. And of course, research acceleration, because medical research is an ever-changing dynamic area where a lot of clinical trials are happening, and AI helps in actually assimilating the whole data and the whole scientific literature in a very short period of time. So these are very important benefits of how AI can be of support to us. With all the benefits, like I said, in everything, you have challenges and ethical considerations. Number first is the data privacy. While AI presents immense opportunities, data privacy aspects are very, very important. Patient confidentiality, data confidentiality complies with India's 2023 Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Although this act is not yet implemented, but it is almost there to be commissioned. And there are challenges like algorithmic bias. Till now, most of the data that we have been using has a Western bias, and because the whole data sets has come from the Western world. But now with that, you cannot predict accurately for the Indian subcontinent. So we need to train the whole algorithm on data sets generated from the Indian subcontinent, and that is where the algorithmic bias can reduce further. Then transparency. AI decisions must be interpretable to build strong trust among doctors and patients. There is still that hesitancy amongst doctors and patients. If you tell them that, look, this is a AI generated medicine, will you be willing to take it? So we are still not there, but yes, slowly the acceptance level is increasing. And finally, human oversight. Like I said, AI should support and not replace human medical judgment. I give this example in many conferences that unmanned aerial vehicles have been in system for last maybe couple of decades at least, but not a single commercial flight has ever been flown by any automatic system or any AI. There is always a human pilot sitting inside the plane, and we need to be all happy about it. So a lot of times doctors have this feeling that whether their jobs will get replaced, whether they will become redundant. Now, AI is a tool which doctors should look at it positively. It is going to happen. We need to embrace how we can actually uh, align ourselves with the whole process rather than getting worried about it. Yes, some jobs will change hands, but that has happened over so many centuries always as the evolution of mankind goes ahead. Just to give you a brief perspective on what the Indian AI policy landscape is, in 2018, there was an initiative, a national AI strategy, which was called AI for All initiative. That was the first step that in our country, we had a national AI strategy, some kind of a book which mentioned about what thought process should we have towards the AI. In 2021, we had responsible AI guidelines, which focuses on fairness, transparency, and accountability. Niti Aayog published principles and operationalization guidelines for ethical AI development, emphasizing on the fairness, transparency. In 2023, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act was mooted, and with the whole aim of strengthening the patient data and security. And currently, sector-specific regulations are being formulated. Bodies like the Reserve Bank of India, the Medical Council of India are developing the AI guidelines for their respective sectors. So, India's regulatory approach is evolving, and it will take some time for us actually to become more mature in what we do. Key benefits, if I have to sort of list out, I would say early disease detection, personalized treatment plans, operational efficiency, and research acceleration, which I have dealt upon a little bit earlier as well. One particular example that I can share here is diabetic retinopathy. A simple photograph of an eye taken and shared across from a rural village with an AI tool can actually help diagnose whether there is a diabetic retinopathy which is in making, which is actually happening. And if you treat these patients well in time, you can actually save his eyesight. Now, this is a big benefit of AI, because otherwise people in the rural parts of the country, or the tier 3 cities, they don't get access to trained ophthalmologist as well, or even a optometrist for that matter. So this is where AI can be a game changer, because losing eyesight versus saving it well in time is completely game changing for the person. Future of AI in an Indian healthcare. AI is shaping the future of our healthcare in several ways. First, like I said, rural healthcare transformation, the example which I just gave a small time ago. Economic growth. It can work as a growth engine and help AI in healthcare, which can actually contribute. It is estimated that almost $600 billion can be brought into the whole GDP of India in the coming decade. And of course, to do and achieve all that, you need a responsible AI framework, because anything which is not responsibly used can be misused, and that is the danger that we need to all understand. And that's why you should have a human oversight, or maybe some kind of a governmental regulation, so that people don't misuse it. AI is also bridging the urban-rural divide through the AI for remote access healthcare. Telemedicine is an example which have been used for quite many number of times. Mobile diagnostic units, portable AI devices enable field workers to conduct sophisticated tests in remote areas. Then offline AI applications, AI tools that work without the internet connectivity to ensure uninterrupted healthcare access in rural regions. So, rural area in this country is one of the most is one place which will get the most benefit of AI, because right now they are still inaccessible to technology and still inaccessible to good human skill sets, and AI will be a game changer for them. There have been indigenous development with respect to early initiatives. Then, of course, there was a growth phase where Indian startups began developing specialized AI solutions addressing the local healthcare. And now, of course, there's a host of activities happening across the country with respect to the various applications, various business lines which are actually forming based on the AI technology. Coming to AI in preventive healthcare, another interesting benefit of AI is predictive analysis. There are AI systems which could analyze the population health data, identify emerging disease patterns, and predict potential outbreaks, enabling the proactive public health interventions. These models incorporate weather patterns, migration, data, historical disease, and other information. There is something which the government of India has initiated called ABHA. ABHA is a every person, just like he has a unique Aadhaar card or a unique PAN number, will have a unique health ID card. And every person's health data will be captured on this health ID card called Aadhaar card. Based on this, government will be able to get unimaginable data based on which they can optimize their whole resources and also mitigate a lot of prevention with respect to certain local level epidemics and many other healthcare interventions. Uh, AI can of course be used in preventive healthcare and especially in lifestyle optimization. The preventive health checkup information can actually help us predict what the patient can have in future based on the huge data that we will be generating using AI. And of course, automated screening, AI-powered screening tools are being deployed now in the community centers to detect certain diseases much earlier, like hypertension, diabetes, vision disorders, so that, the overall safety of the patient for future is ensured. Then for hospitals and for healthcare system, we are very important. It's very important for us to train healthcare professionals. And earlier we used to train on cadavers. Then we had no option but to look at text. But now with AI enabled system, education, students can now practice complex procedures in virtual environments where there's no issue of doing repetitive tasks. You can do n number of times. You can do a virtual simulation of whole activity that you're actually going to perform on a patient's bedside or in the operating room. And this is where it helps us to train professionals, both nursing, paramedical, and of course doctors. Economic impact of AI, like I said, it will be very beneficial for us in creating jobs. While some jobs would change hand, but yes, there will be a lot of job creation which will also happen. Almost 5 lakh jobs are estimated to be created with the deployment of AI in various parts of healthcare ecosystem. There will be a significant cost saving and cost reduction because of AI implementation. And of course, Indian healthcare market with AI is now expected to grow rapidly in the coming decade. Patient experience. Personalized communication is becoming a norm. AI systems are being developed to communicate with patients and in their preferred languages and dialects using culturally appropriate terms and explanations tailored to individual health literacy levels. One interesting team, www.learningism.fun, is actually created a system where they are talking to a bariatric surgeon to create a whole experience for a patient with respect to his pre-surgery, during surgery, and post-surgery experience, what is expected to undergo, and the post-surgical follow-up with respect to his diet schedule, his nutrition, and everything. And once the patient has gone through this whole process and experienced it, it becomes easier for the whole compliance of the patient for undergoing a particular procedure. So there are various such possibilities across the healthcare sector, which will give a different level of patient experience. Of course, there are other things like shared decision making by using AI tools by chatbots, and which will help us make a very clear, informed decisions. I remember when I was with Nanavati Hospital, we used to make a AI generated 3D tool, 3D model of a brain, and identify exact location where the issue was, which we could help to explain to the patient as well. And doctors could plan their neurosurgery very, very meticulously using these AI tools. Global collaboration and knowledge exchange, another interesting area where, as a part of being India is a part of the whole global village. Research partnerships will be of great help for Indian entrepreneurs. Technology transfers, bilateral agreements, which are bilateral agreements. Hello.
हा सांगून ठेवलंय कानावर टाकून ठेवलंय बघू आता काय
Hello.
ऐकलंय त्यांनी
Please mute yourself, whoever is there. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry, sir.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying that research partnerships, technology transfer will go a long way in sort of aligning with the whole Western world, which is also working on AI. And India as a talent source will, like IT, will actually take up the whole AI initiative for the whole world. That is what I look at AI or participation of the Indian entrepreneurs in the whole AI journey. A few examples that I thought I should share here. for transformative technologies reshaping the medicine could be AI-powered nanomedicine. Microscopic robots are in the making, which will deliver targeted treatments at the cellular level. These nanorobots can actually monitor the patient's health in real-time basis. And I really believe that, yes, the way we saw Star Trek in our earlier days, that reality is going to happen. And with AI very much earlier. Of course, education and quantum computing, the drug discoveries which I mentioned, which could take 2 to 3 years now, with quantum computing can actually become much, much, much faster, maybe a few months, so to say. And these are the possibilities which we can sort of harness using AI. Just to give you a few examples of what some companies in India have been doing, I've just listed a few companies like GV AI, which secured investment from the Andrew AI Fund in October 24, which assists in diagnosis and administrative tasks. Niramai Health Analytics uses AI for non-invasive breast cancer detection. They raised $7 million from PE Ventures and others. Healthify Me, it also secured $30 million pre-Series D funding and works on fitness and nutrition and fractal analytics. There are many such AI startups in India which are growing big, and I'm sure they are going to become global players in a short time. Finally, I like to conclude saying that while we need to harness the whole potential which AI has, we must keep in mind that we need to be responsible for it. We need to maintain certain ethical imperative guidelines that the algorithmic bias, the data privacy, and of course, maintaining a human oversight while we are harnessing the power and benefits of AI. And overall, in the whole journey of AI, we need to maintain a certain balanced approach. As the country's healthcare sector evolves, innovation with integrity, I think, is the carry home message that I would like to give to all the scholars who are attending this session, which will be crucial in harnessing this power. And without responsibility, it can go into wrong hands and can be misused. So, like they say in Spider-Man, with power comes responsibility. So all of us be responsible for taking this whole enabler. Make AI as an enabler rather than complicate it. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. This was indeed very enlightening. In fact, I did not know a lot about it. In fact, one of our participants, Rati, even pointed out that these days, I think breast cancer is also being diagnosed through AI, and there are a lot of techniques that are being put in for that purposes. So, very, very interesting insights. We will take up I'm getting a lot of questions, but we'll take up the questions during the end. We'll now move on to Dinesh, sir, for his presentation.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Rajendra sir, if you could stop sharing, then we'll have Dinesh sir's presentation up. Hello, Dr. Patankar? Yeah, okay. Yes. So you can share your presentation now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, sir, I can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you. I'm here to talk. My name is Dinesh Damodaran. I am here to talk to you about artificial intelligence and supply chain management. Okay, so the first thing that we need to know is, what is supply chain management? So typically in supply chain management, what we have is a network. That network typically is actually used to actually buy raw materials from different suppliers. There might be tier 3 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, and so on. Once the raw material is bought from different suppliers, then it's actually transported to the factories. The factories might be factories in China, there might be factories in Vietnam, in Thailand, in India, Germany, US. So a company might be having manufacturing locations spread all over the world. And they might be having warehouses where they store the goods, which would also be spread all over the world. and distribution centers also, where these finished goods, once they are manufactured, they are actually stored at warehouses. From warehouses it goes to distribution centers, then it actually finally goes to the stores that are closer to us as consumers, and then finally gets delivered to the customer. So typically supply chain management is the whole network, starting from raw materials all the way through manufacturing, through transportation, through storage, warehousing, logistics, then to distribution centers, stores, and then finally to the customer. So it basically, supply chain management manages that whole flow of goods and information, from suppliers all the way to the goods. And right now we are all very dependent on supply chains, though we actually don't realize it. Much of us, all of us typically use mobile phones, we use laptops. That mobile phone itself is made, not just in one location. Parts of it come from different locations. Parts of it are manufactured in China. Some parts are assembled in maybe in Thailand, in South Korea, then transported to different locations. So, and the components also of this actually come from different locations. So we actually don't realize, because supply chain is usually at the back end, so we actually don't realize the impact, but we are all dependent on supply chains. Okay. So what are typical applications of artificial intelligence in supply chain? So the main things, we'll look at a few use cases, but one of the typical use cases is to forecast or to predict the future demand, right? So why is predicting future demand important? Okay. So typically it takes, once a customer places an order, if we have to satisfy that order on time, we need to have the material available on time. The type of the product that the customer wants in time, it should be available, to satisfy the customer. But to actually plan the whole purchasing, plan the whole production, plan the transportation, plan the storage, plan all the transportation, everything throughout the supply chain takes a lot of time. So we really, if we can do a good job of predicting future demands, then that helps us plan the whole supply chain operation, starting from purchasing, manufacturing, transportation, and then finally delivery to the customer. So basically, demand forecasting is very important, and that actually drives the whole supply chain. But it's very difficult to predict demand, because it's not easy to figure out what customers will want, when will they want it. So you need to have a lot of historical data, and then you can actually make some prediction, but it's very key. But using artificial intelligence in forecasting, Walmart has improved forecast accuracy by around 15%, which is very significant. Actually, that will raise profits quite significantly. The other area is in travel, in transportation. So route optimization. So suppose you're actually driving a truck, you're taking the finished goods from a plant and then transporting it to your factories, to your distribution centers, and then from distribution centers to stores. There can be many disruptions along the way. There can be traffic problems, there can be weather, hurricanes, those kind of things. So if we can do a good job in predicting the time that it takes, and predicting the right route or paths to follow, so that you deliver the goods in the right time, in the right place, without any breakage, without any problems, then that can actually reduce costs significantly. So UPS uses machine learning to reduce fuel costs significantly. And we will be taking a look at a few use cases to actually look at how they do all these things. Similarly, there can be like product recommendations. We all use, all of us use maybe Amazon to order products. We use Walmart online. We go and place orders. We make a lot of, we order products. We actually rate products also. Did we like the products? Did we not like the products? We give the feedback, right? So one important aspect is customers want to know, how would you recommend products to different users who have not yet purchased the products, right? How to come up with good product recommendations to users. Because if we can come up with good product recommendations to users, that will actually increase sales quite significantly. And Amazon, Walmart, many other retailers and manufacturing companies, they actually have implemented artificial intelligence very well to give very good product recommendations. And we will be looking at one use case on product recommendations as well, to understand how that is done. Last area would be Internet of Things. So if we are running manufacturing plants, right, many times we depend on the machines that are being used to be running smoothly without breakdowns, right? We don't want downtimes. There can be standard scheduled downtimes where actually certain machines are actually repaired and then serviced and things like that. But anything that is unscheduled and sudden breakage, a sudden breakdown, those things cause a lot of disruptions in manufacturing. So there is ways to use to predict when certain machines need to be maintained. There'll be sensors using Internet of Things to actually monitor the machines to actually predict, is this machine, needing some maintenance soon? And when should you do that maintenance? So this is how predictive maintenance is actually done. And Siemens is a master at this. They have actually reduced, they have employed, artificial intelligence to do predictive maintenance. It has reduced downtime by almost 30%, basically. So these are a few areas where artificial intelligence is used in supply chains. Okay, so we'll take a look at one use case, that is, let's say, in demand forecasting. So when we try to forecast demands, right? So we want to forecast demands for maybe different products that are there. So these are, let's say, items or products, right? So it could be, this could be a particular laptop, one model of a laptop. This could be another model of a laptop. They fall under a particular group called laptops. And this might be a mobile phone, a particular type of a mobile phone. This might be a different type of a mobile phone, and they fall under a group called mobile phones. So then they fall under all products. So this defines a sort of a hierarchy of products. Similarly, geographically also, the demand can come all over the world. There are customers placing demands from different countries, different regions for different products at different times, right? So there's all these things happening simultaneously. How do you do a good job of predicting that future demand, right? So there can be a particular distribution center which is there maybe in East Germany, another distribution center that is there maybe in West Germany, which falls under a particular maybe Germany country. Then there can be distribution centers maybe in India, maybe North India, South India, and they all fall under maybe the country of India, right? And all of this, the demand for a particular mobile phone that is actually coming from different countries, all of that gets aggregated, and you get that total demand, the worldwide demand for a particular product all over the world. You'll actually get that whole demand signal, and you'll also know which customer is placing that. So all that customers can be placed into different segments or groups. So all that demand data is coming at different levels, and all this data is then used. Historical data is available with most of these customers like Amazon, Walmart. They have maybe like 3 years, 5 years of historical data. So typically what they used to do earlier is they used to use traditional methods of forecasting which use statistics. So we all learned statistics in schools and in, let's say, in universities. So typically, fitting algorithms are used to predict, to fit the demand. Based on historical data, you get a line of best fit and then use that to predict future demand. So this is historical data, and this is your prediction for the next few months or few years. Okay, so typically a prediction is done, if this is today's date, then we actually give a prediction for maybe the next 6 months or the next 1 year. So a prediction is given for each of these items, for each location, for each customer. So that kind of a forecast is given. So the idea is to get an accurate prediction, but that's a difficult problem to do. But currently, the new ways to do that is using artificial intelligence. So typically they use a neural network to do it. So what is a neural network? A neural network is kind of similar to how we, in our brains, we have neurons, right? Which actually learn through a lot of experience and examples. We learn how to do certain things, right? How to learn certain subjects. We learn that by going through different examples, and we learn, and then we are able to take tests. It's a very, very similar way in how machine learning also is used. Except there are maybe different nodes, that are there. You can have an input layer of nodes and maybe an output layer of nodes. So the input layer of nodes is where all the input data is fed. So all the historical data for demands could be, the different shipments for different items with different properties, with different product ratings. Also, what is the price? The price also has an effect on the demand. So if you reduce the price, the demand will go up. If you increase the price, the demand will actually come down. So you can actually shape future demand also by doing a bit of price changes, things like that. Right, and you can run different promotions, markdowns. So if there are certain products that are nearing the end of shelf life, right? So suppose you have certain, we're having, let's say, milk or dairy products. They have, let's say, if they're coming near the end of shelf life, then to improve sales, to at least get it done, there might be cases where you slightly reduce the price of maybe certain sweets or something like that to actually improve or increase the demand for that. So there are all these causal factors or ways by which you can control the demand signal. There could be calendar events, maybe like some Diwali event in which there's a big promotion that is happening. There might be certain, even weather has an influence on things like that. So if there is a hot season, then typically there are sales or mostly ice cream or maybe, cold, maybe soda or Pepsi, they get sold more better during hot season and maybe a little less during winter. So all these items, all these causal factors have different shapes or influence on the demand forecast, basically. So by training this with a lot of things, it's able to give a lot of prediction. So typically, Walmart uses all this to give a good solution for for different items. It's able to give improve forecast accuracy by around 15%. Now, the other cases are, let's say, transportation. Okay, so in transportation, you want to take a truck, go from a particular source to a particular location. What is the time that it will take to go there? So you want to give that prediction. So typically it is discretized, that whole map is discretized into different places, P0, P1, P2, P3. And then that historical data of route and time information is fed into a machine learning model. And that is used to give a prediction. So it's a very similar kind of model, just like how we saw earlier. For giving the route information, they use some kind of a long short-term model. And for other non-sequential data, they use, depending on the traffic, weather, and all that, they use a different neural network. Based on this, it's able to give a travel time prediction. So for example, it gives maybe what is the best route if it wants to go from this location P1 to P50. It finds out all the routes. There are different ways to go from this source to this destination. Given the weather, given the traffic, it's able to find out what is the best route. Once it does that, it actually places all those routes, onto the map, and then it's able to find out what is the predicted time. So the predicted time says, hey, it needs 35 minutes, and the actual time it took is maybe 36 minutes. Okay, so if we look for different rides, predicted time versus actual time, the error is around just 2 minutes, which is pretty reasonable. If, for perfect predictions, it's actually following that line over here. So Uber Freight has reduced cost by around 15% by doing, better predictions. The last use case is on product recommendation. So when users buy certain products, right? Suppose we have users like A, B, C, D, and they have bought products 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So product B, user B might have bought product 1 and given it a high rating of 4. Whereas user A would have bought product 5 and not liked it, would have given a very low user rating. So how can you use this information that you have to recommend different products to different users, right? So this is the product recommendation problem. And what it does is we need to find out what are these ratings. This user has not bought this product, but can you predict if that user had bought that product, what that rating would have been? So to do this, it groups all the products into different groups of features, and it groups all the users into different groups and tries to find out what those ratings should have been for different groups and different product groups to get this number that we have. For example, this is standard multiplication. So 0 multiplied by 2 plus 2 multiplied by 1 actually gives this 2. So it actually tries a lot of numbers over here and then tries to come as close to this actual number as possible. That is the way it trains that whole neural network. Once it does that, it's able to give predictions for all the other ones. So now once it has that, it's able to say, hey, for this user has never bought product 1, but if we can recommend this user to buy product 1 because we predict that based on similar users buying similar products, we think if this user buys this product, they will like it a lot or they will give it a high rating. So that's how the product recommendation problem is solved basically. So typically the future is, we have a lot of mostly in warehouses, there will typically be robots that are actually doing a lot of packing, shipping in warehouses. Amazon is already using a lot of robots to manage their whole supply chains. Even for in generative AI, there can be chatbots that can handle supplier negotiation. If you're negotiating with your supplier to get a good price, many of those tasks can be automated using natural language and to do risk mitigation as well. So any companies that adopt AI can get a lot of benefit and efficiency and cost savings. So yeah, that was, thank you so much. I hope it was clear. I can take any questions at the end, if you have any questions on supply chain.
Yes, sir, we do have, and I will ask you once we reach the end. Yes, thank you so much, sir. So now we'll move on to Anil, sir. Sir, what are your views on AI and your industry?
Gotcha. So just give me 2 minutes. I would love to share maybe 4 or 5 slides and probably give you my perspective. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you
Great.
are.
Yes, I'll just. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, so before we hit on to the perspective around finance and what do you do with AI, ML, etc., I wanted to, and probably we'll do this during the times of questions and answers. I just wanted to again maybe talk about a little bit of context of AI, ML, and my colleagues and learned members on this panel have kind of drilled down around supply chain, around what is the evolution which is happening around the medicine world. It makes me think, what is the final frontier of this great convergence of AI, ML, biotechnology, machines? Sometimes I wonder that probably the final convergence is this blurring lines between human beings and humanoids, right? So you have this human beings and humanoids, and it's an amazing blurring lines that I have probably seen in the last 5 years, and I probably think that in the next 10 years, this line is likely to kind of disappear. And I would love to share with all our students here and learned members. I was at a conference almost 8 years back in Dubai, which was a conference held by Gartner. And the speaker was Steve Wozniak. Steve Wozniak is the founder of Apple, one of the founders of Apple, along with Steve Jobs. And Steve Wozniak is the real machine guy, right? He said, look at the progress that man has made in all of these technologies, such that today probably a heart is replaceable. You have artificial hearts, you have artificial knees. You can even put a pig heart, for example, in somebody. And look at the transformation again that people are able to survive, change their appearance, and so on and so forth. And he says, when you look at
Madam.
look, when you probably look at your eyes, for example, my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So when you look at your eyes, for example, eyes are
Sir, no, sir.
So give me 1 minute.
Chal beta eminent part se becha.
okay. Let me try and share this again.
Yes, sir, please share. I'm so sorry,
Yes,
sir.
no worries, no worries. Uh, yeah. So when you look at your eyes, for example, what is visible as to us is not really the eyes have too little a role to play. It is to do with mind. It is to do with brains, right? That creates a visual impression that one has. So his question to all of us was that what makes us believe that we are not humanoids and we are human beings, right? When you have a cut on the skin, I think the skin repairs by itself. We have self-healing metrology, etc., etc. And I was wondering that day that, probably our eyes are more of AR, VR that we are seeing today. Our body has probably reached the final frontier of science where, somebody somewhere in this galaxy would have mastered the art of reproduction, getting it right, replacing all of these so-called technologies and probably making us live, get born, etc., etc. And what would be the final frontier in the next maybe 50, 100 years is our ability to say healthy, wealthy, and maybe forever in life. I don't know. So I probably thought that, what he was speaking was maybe 1,000 years ahead. But if you look at what has happened in the last 10 years has been an amazing progression in almost all the frontiers that one is to look at. And I'll try and reconnect to it when I reach to my last slide around what is likely to happen about robotics and human beings and humanoids. Getting us back to where we are today and what we're likely to do, you will notice that I think technology with a combination of AI ML is making an amazing amount of difference. Say, for example, I don't know if an audio and would be
We
heard
lose
here.
an
Are you
acre
able
and
to
a
hear
half of
this?
forest every second. There goes another one. There goes another one. It's 15 billion trees a year. This drone gives us a way to fight back. This was invented by a company called Biocarbon Engineering. They're in Australia. It is a tree planting drone. It fires a tree bullet into the ground, right? Biodegradable bullet container, soil, nutrient-rich solution, little plant, driven by AI, so it gets fired precisely at the depth it needs to go to, in the exact position it should grow in. This drone can plant 100,000 trees a day. They're building an army of 10,000 of them. They can plant 1 billion trees a year. Technology is finally getting to the point where it's making a serious, serious difference in this fight.
So can you imagine that, agriculture probably would go through an amazing amount of change and curve in the next 10 years? Because now you're able to plant trees at probably the remotest possible locations in the world. And we've recently seen in the wars that are being fought, the drones are used more than anything else. So, I mean, there was a time, I remember our parents used to say, don't play video games. But I think it might be times now that you encourage your sons and daughters and young kids to actually play video games because probably you're not going to have fighter pilots, you're not going to have these jets, you're going to be flying more drones, maybe for warfare, maybe for agriculture, and maybe for whatever. The second one that I think everybody here would have probably seen on YouTube's is something where rockets are flying straight and landing straight, and they're being caught. But I remember it just 5 minutes before a discussion around supply chain management. The biggest area that this is likely to hit is not only transportation, but an amazing amount of value proposition around supply chain. Just imagine if goods were to be delivered to you in 30 minutes from US or Europe or anywhere. And this is likely to happen more and more. So probably the demand forecasting that one would need to do would be more real time, and the delivery would probably happen more real time. So again, an amazing amount of transformation, not only from a rocket's perspective, but a fact that the use cases that they build is amazingly large. If you were to look at this slide, this is an amazing video on the left that actually I met up with this robo in an RSA conference on cybersecurity, again, maybe almost 7 or 8 years back. And I spoke to the robo and it was so fluent. And it has all the permutations and combinations and neural network and all of that one could think about, including contextualization of what we talk. And here is a little bit of video on that.
And I want to thank everyone at the Academy.
Hey buddy, can I have a selfie with you?
Hi, namaste.
Namaste, how are you?
Kya haal hai? Sab theek hai?
I know this guy wants to go to Mars. Can I have a selfie with you?
It's on my shirt.
How can I get you?
I'll have the watermelon too.
मेरा नाम अनिल है.
Wow.
आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम Robot V.
रॉबर्ट वी है. आपके साथ एक सेल्फी खींच सकता हूँ.
Yes.
That's nice.
So are you being remote controlled?
So look at this difference that we see probably in the last 5 or 6 years. The way that we used to see machine artificial intelligence built into all of this with contextualization, and suddenly we are seeing a transformation from A to B in terms it's becoming more and more humanoids, and it is actually doing these use cases where probably you will, like a bartender, for example, maybe a humanoid could be a better bartender because the right mix of what you need could probably come from a humanoid, which is much, much better than a human being in some cases. So again, this transformation has happened in the last probably 5 years. The last slide that probably I would like to talk to you about, I'll skip this one and go to this. This is again a session in the conference that we had where two of the good scientists in the US are discussing about the relationship that probably robotics and humanoids would probably have with human beings. And this is the final frontier that I started about speaking, where I said that probably the human beings are getting closer to humanoids, so much so that we would start having emotions for these machines.
And thanks for bringing your friend.
Mr. Spaghetti is
Mr. Spaghetti. Okay. Why can I touch it?
Oh, please. Yes, he likes being touched.
All right. Let's see.
There are touch sensors. If you put your finger in its mouth.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a reasonable. Wow. So tell me about this guy.
So this is one of my favorite robots. It's a Pleo. It's basically a toy. They were made, I think, in 2007, and I'm not sure if they even still make them. But what I really love about it is that it mimics life really, really well. And the design is just brilliant. Like, instead of trying to be like a cat or a dog or something that you would immediately kind of compare it to and be like, oh, that's not quite right, it's a baby Camarasaurus. Which, I don't know, Hugh, have you interacted with a baby Camarasaurus before?
Not to my recollection.
Yeah,
no,
so it's like really easy to suspend your disbelief and treat it like a living thing.
Wow.
So look, this video would probably take around 5 or 6 minutes more, but in the interest of time, what the scientists would really ask you to do is probably pick up the baby Camarasaur by the tail and hang it for a couple of minutes. And this robot is actually sleeping, but when it is hanged, it would probably start looking up and start whining. It'll start making noises as if to say that, hey, you know what, you're troubling me. And then suddenly, after a couple of minutes, this gentleman actually drops the robo on the table because he starts having emotions to say that probably I'm hurting this, in spite of the fact that I know that this is a machine or a robotics or a toy that I'm dealing with. So this is an amazing transformation. Now, trying to take all of this, I want to end this by saying that the world that we live in probably 10 years back was the world of compulsive use of technology. The world that we are living in today is an obsessive use of technology, where you get up in the morning and the first thing that you want to do is pick up your WhatsApp or your message and probably read it and probably respond to it. And the world that is likely to come in the next 5 or 10 years and probably mastered in the next 20 years would be immersive use of technology. You're likely to be in that world of technology where it's going to be a combination of all that you hear from us today, not only AI, ML, but an amazing combination of AR, VR, AI, ML, machines, biotechnology coming all together to probably create another galaxy or another world, which probably would be our digital avatars. So this is what is likely to come. Now, if this is likely to come, the first thing that races to my mind is, do we even have the skills to be prepared to do this? If you go to a small place called Project Eden, which is just maybe 100 kilometers from London City, there's a huge wall which says there will be more and more, less and less jobs in the future, because what we require is that we require to master the skills which are required in the near future. And this transformation is only possible if one were to be able to practically use the skills that one learns in schools, colleges, and of course these kind of conferences and these kind of seminars really help you to adapt to what is likely to come and then connect to it and then try and create the dots around it. So I just wanted to kind of set the context. Of course, we can talk about what is happening in the business world today, what's happening in the finance field, how is AI, ML automation likely to take away some functions, but likely to enhance some other functions. But what is likely to happen in the next 5 years is that there is an amazing amount of opportunity, especially for this generation, because they are on a cusp of a full-blown transformation. So thank you so much for your time, and happy to pass it on back to the moderator so that we could have questions around any of these topics.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we go to Priyadarshan, sir.
Yes.
हाँ जी सर, आपके what are your views, sir? आपके क्या विचार है इस चीज के ऊपर? AI and journalism and how it's entering the field.
क्या मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
सर आपकी आवाज आ रही है, आप वीडियो ऑन
वीडियो भी आ रहा है?
हाँ जी सर।
हाँ ठीक है। असल में मैं सारी बातचीत जो सुन रहा था और तो मुझे लगा कि हम लोग बहुत सारी चीजों को मिक्स कर रहे हैं। All technology is not AI. AI is different from previous technologies. Nanotechnology is not AI. अगर डॉक्टर कोई ऑपरेशन करते हैं उसको कोई मदद करता है या कंप्यूटर से हम किसी चीज का पता लगा लेते हैं, बहुत सारी इंफॉर्मेशन गैदर करके, वो सब AI नहीं है। AI तो टेक्नोलॉजी का एटम बम है, एक बिल्कुल ऐसी दुनिया जो आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं रहने वाली है। और इसको हम लोग कई लेवल पे देखिए, मीडिया में मुझे बात करनी है, हालांकि मैं चाहता था कि जैसे मेडिकल एक्सपीरियंसेस पे बात हो रही थी, मैं बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण देना चाहता था। 2000 जब कोविड का पीरियड था, मुझे भी कोविड हो गया, मुझे शुगर भी था, शुगर मेरा लेवल 200 क्रॉस था। मैं जिस डॉक्टर से मिला, बहुत अनुभवी डॉक्टर था, उसने कहा कि देखो जो सारे रूल्स बनाए गए हैं इसके हिसाब से आपको मुझे एडमिट करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से जानता हूं कि आप की जो अभी मेंटल फिजिकल कंडीशन है आप आराम से निकाल लेंगे, आपको हार्ड दवाओं की जरूरत नहीं। उस डॉक्टर ने मुझे ठीक से बहुत मामूली दवाएं देके भेज दिया। मैंने देखा कि जिन दोस्तों को बिल्कुल रूल्स के मुताबिक बड़ी कड़ी दवाएं दी गई, जिनको एडमिट किया गया, उनका ज्यादा बुरा हाल रहा आने वाले दिनों में। कुछ तो लौट नहीं पाए हॉस्पिटल से, अब मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। तो ये जो ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन है हर चीज में, ये जो एक्सपीरियंस है, ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो एक कॉमन दिए हुए नॉलेज पे काम करेगा, उसी से नतीजे निकालेगा, वहां तक नहीं पहुंच सकता है। हो सकता है मुझे भी वो दवा देता है तो उसी तरह की दवा देता। तो मैं बोल रहा हूं कि जो एआई की दुनिया कर रही है, सबसे ज्यादा ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन को कम कर रही है। और वो काम इससे पहले, टेक्नोलॉजी का मैं विरोधी नहीं हूं, कोई नहीं, टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना हमारा काम नहीं चल सकता है। मतलब दुनिया ने, और ये बहुत बड़ा टेक्नोलॉजिकल, बिल्कुल जिसको क्वांटम जंप बोलते हैं, वो है। इंटरनेट एक आया था, इंटरनेट के बाद एआई। मतलब अगर आप बिल्कुल हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव में देखें तो प्रिंटिंग प्रेस ने एक बड़ा काम किया, नॉलेज को डेमोक्रेटाइज किया। उसके बाद इंटरनेट आया तो उसने बिल्कुल लिखने पढ़ने को बेमानी बना दिया, आपको मेमोरी को बिल्कुल बेमानी बना दिया। हर चीज आपको इंटरनेट पे अवेलेबल है, सारी सूचना अवेलेबल है। अब एआई का दौर आ रहा है। एआई आपके सोचने तक को रोक रहा है। और मैं बताऊं कि मीडिया में, मैं मीडिया के सवाल पे लौटता हूं चूंकि मेरा विषय वही है। मीडिया में दो हिस्से हैं। मीडिया के बिजनेस को किस तरह प्रभावित कर रहा है। बिल्कुल आज की रिपोर्ट है कि जो गूगल के थ्रू न्यूज़पेपर से आप इंफॉर्मेशन हासिल करते थे, वो ट्रैफिक 96% घट गया है, वो एआई पे चला गया है। तो एक तो ये है कि न्यूज़पेपर बिजनेस को एआई का ये मॉडल नुकसान पहुंचा सकता है। लेकिन मीडिया में न्यूज गैदरिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, वो अभी से जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजी के हवाले हो गई। 20 साल पहले कोई एडिटर होता था, वो तय करता था कि ठीक है हम कुंभ में लोगों की लाशें दिखाएंगे या कुंभ में 64 करोड़ लोगों का नहाना दिखाएंगे। वो तय करता था कि हम ट्रंप का टैरिफ दिखाएंगे या छत्तीसगढ़ में लगी आग दिखाएंगे। आज तय करना नहीं है, आज हमारे सामने बता देता है कि व्हाट इज ट्रेंडिंग। इफ ट्रंप इज ट्रेंडिंग, ट्रंप विल गो ऑन एयर। इफ कुंभ इज ट्रेंडिंग, कुंभ विल गो ऑन एयर। तो आज एडिटर को कोई पर्सनल चॉइस नहीं है, वो उसमें जाना भी नहीं चाहता है, क्योंकि दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ रिस्क। यू कांट टेक दैट रिस्क। एवरीवन अंडरस्टैंड्स दैट व्हाट इज ट्रेंडिंग इज न्यूज, जबकि न्यूज का एक वास्ता कंसर्न से होता है। आपका कंसर्न किस चीज से है, तो वो कंसर्न एक खत्म हो रहा है। दूसरी बात, जो अभी एआई मॉडल हमारे सामने है, जैसे अभी हमने खूब डीप सीक की बात सुनी, चैटबॉट को देखा, आप देखिए कि सब में पॉलिटिकल इंटरवेंशन शामिल है। चाइना के डीप सीक से जो दुनिया भर का ज्ञान देता है, तेनअनमन स्क्वायर के बारे में पूछा गया तो उसने बता दिया कि इट इज आउट ऑफ माई रेंज। उसने चाइना के पिछले 50 साल की सबसे बड़ी गोलीबारी के बारे में एक शब्द नहीं कहा जिसमें हजारों स्टूडेंट्स मारे गए थे। अगर चैटबॉट से ट्रंप के बारे में पूछिए तो हो सकता है कोई वो ऐसा जवाब दे जो रियल सिचुएशन को प्रेजेंट न करता हो। तो होता क्या है, इंडिया अभी जो बना रहा है अपना आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मॉडल, इन सब में मुश्किल ये है कि सबके डेटाबेस, जिसको डेटा बायस बोल रहे हैं हम लोग, वो चले ही आते हैं। हम सब का एक बायस होता है, उस बायस से हम डिसाइड करते हैं। जैसे हम लोग मानते हैं कि वार बहुत बुरी चीज है, लेकिन वार दुनिया में रुक नहीं रहे। क्यों नहीं रुक रहे हैं? क्योंकि कुछ लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है। दुनिया की इकोनॉमी वार से चल रही है, सबसे ज्यादा हथियार वार से, सबसे ज्यादा कारोबार वार की मार्फत हो रहा है। आज ही भारत ने अखबारों में खबर छपी है कि 2800 करोड़ के टैंक रूस से खरीदने का सौदा किया है। ट्रंप और मोदी जी की जो बातचीत हुई थी, उसमें एक जोर ये भी था कि अमेरिका के F-35 प्लेन्स इंडिया खरीदेगा। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में जो सबसे ज्यादा कारोबार जिससे हुआ वो फाइटर, वो फ्रांस का रफाल था। तो युद्ध बहुत सारे लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छी खबर है। हमें डिसाइड करना है कि युद्ध हमारे लिए अच्छी खबर है या बुरी खबर है। ये एआई डिसाइड नहीं कर सकता है। एआई अपने मालिकान की दी हुई सूचना, जो उसके भीतर जो मेमोरी है, उससे वो चीजों को तय करेगा, वो उनके हाथ का टूल बनेगा। इसका दूसरा खतरा ये है, जो हम लोग कई एक्सपेरिमेंट्स में देख रहे हैं, वो एआई अब अपनी भाषा डेवलप कर ले रहे हैं। वो आपस में बात करते हुए जिस कोड लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं, इट इज इम्पॉसिबल फॉर अस टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट। तो अगर कल को एआई खुद डिसाइड करने लगा कि वो क्या करेगा, जिसके बहुत चांसेस हैं, बाकी टेक्नोलॉजी, कंप्यूटर या कैलकुलेटर इस मायने में अलग था कि आपने जो फीड किया है वो वही, उसी से वो इंफॉर्मेशन ले सकता है। अगर उसके पास गूगल में 20,000 को इंफॉर्मेशन डाली हुई है तो उन्हीं के आधार पे वो एक एवरेज आपको दे सकता है। लेकिन एआई को आप जो ताकत दे रहे हैं वो सेल्फ डिसीजन की है। और हरारी जो है, हरारी की किताब नेक्सस आई है, वो बताता है कि एआई कितनी खतरनाक चीज है। क्योंकि ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन की हिस्ट्री जो है वो फैक्ट से नहीं, फिक्शन से चलती है। वो तथ्यों पे नहीं जाती है, वो ख्यालों और कल्पनाओं पे जाती है। यानी दुनिया को पिछले 2000 साल में जिन किताबों ने सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित किया है वो धार्मिक किताबें रही हैं। चाहे वो बाइबल हो, चाहे वो रामचरितमानस हो, चाहे वो कुरान हो, वो साइंटिफिक बुक्स नहीं रही हैं। क्योंकि आप देखते हैं कि इंसान का दिमाग बहुत अजीब ढंग से काम करता है। वो फैक्ट से ज्यादा फिक्शन पे जाता है, वहां से अपना रिश्ता बनाता है। एआई जब आएगा तो फैक्ट्स और फिक्शन के इस गैप को और वो अपने पक्ष में इस्तेमाल करेगा। जब हम जिस ह्यूमनाइड की कल्पना कर रहे हैं, जिसकी बात हम कर रहे हैं कि वो थोड़ा इमोशनल होने जा रहा है, कल को वो डिसीजन मेकिंग के लेवल पे आ गया तो वो कुछ का कुछ कर सकता है। ये एक बड़ा खतरा है जिससे हमें बचना चाहिए। दूसरी बात, आज भी आप मीडिया में देखते होंगे, सारे टेलीविजन चैनल जो हैं कंसर्न की जगह तमाशा बन गए। यानी हर चीज, कोई बच्चा गड्ढे में डूबा हुआ है, देखिए हमारा चैनल सबसे पहले। बच्चे की फिक्र कम है, ये बताने की फिक्र ज्यादा है कि हम सबसे पहले वहां पहुंचे हुए। तो ये जो घटता हुआ कंसर्न है, इसको टेक्नोलॉजी ने और बढ़ाया है और आने वाले दिनों में एआई इसको चरम पे ले जाएगा। अभी आप देखिए कि मीडिया में कई जगहों पे एआई जो है वो न्यूज पढ़ने के काम आ रही है। यानी कहीं वेदर फोरकास्टिंग में उनका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, कहीं किसी और ढंग में हो रहा है, कहीं युद्ध की खबर देने में हो रहा है। ये सब खबरें जो हैं, अगर उनमें ह्यूमन टच न हो, जो लगातार घटता जा रहा है। हमें नहीं मालूम कि हम फिलिस्तीन और इजराइल के युद्ध में किसका साथ दें, हमें नहीं मालूम कि हम यूक्रेन और रशिया में किसका साथ दें, हमें नहीं मालूम कि ट्रंप और बाइडेन में हमें किसके साथ होना चाहिए, हमें नहीं मालूम कि यूरोप वर्सेस अमेरिका का जो नया टसल शुरू हुआ है उसमें हम कहां खड़े हैं। तो इसलिए कि जो हमारी घटती सेंसिबिलिटी है वो जब एआई की गिरफ्त में आएगी तो मीडिया बिल्कुल इकहरा हो जाएगा। अब इकहरा किसके लिए हो जाएगा? उनके लिए हो जाएगा जो ये एआई को डेवलप कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो सरकार हो, चाहे वो बड़े घराने हो, चाहे वो पूंजी का बड़ा खेल हो। तो ये एक बड़ा खतरा है जिससे मीडिया को, बेशक अगर आप सावधान रहें तो आज भी इस्तेमाल बहुत सारे मीडिया में हो रहे हैं। जैसे जब हम ग्राफिक्स बनाना चाहते हैं तो जो ग्राफिक्स हम पहले बनाने में 2 घंटे लगते थे, एआई हमारे लिए 30 सेकंड में बना देता है। कई बार कई पिक्चर एआई हमारे लिए बना देता है, लेकिन एआई फैक्चुअल भी नहीं है। मुझे याद आया कि कुछ दिन पहले हिंदी के एक बड़े पोएट हैं विजय देव नारायण शाही, उनकी एक कविता मुझे नहीं मिल रही थी। मैंने एआई से पूछा, चैटबॉट से, कि क्या ये कविता अवेलेबल है? उसने कहा कि अवेलेबल है। उसने पूरी एक कविता लाके दे दी। उसने किया ये क्या कि विजय देव नारायण शाही के नाम से एक नई कविता लिख दी जो उनकी नहीं थी। तो मैं तो इत्तेफाक से मैं तलाशता रहा, मुझे ओरिजिनल कविता मिल गई, नहीं तो मैं इस भ्रम में रहता कि ये विजय देव नारायण शाही की कविता है। तो वो हिस्ट्री को नए सिरे से लिख देंगे, लिटरेचर को नए सिरे से लिख देंगे, हमारी मेमोरी को वॉश आउट करने का काम कर रहे हैं। और मेमोरीज के बिना हम कुछ नहीं है। हम जो है अपनी मेमोरी के बूते हैं, वो हमारी मेमोरी को बदल रहे हैं। उसको बदलने के कई प्रोजेक्ट अब भी चल रहे हैं, वो पॉलिटिक्स में चल रहे हैं, वो एजुकेशन के सेक्टर में चल रहे हैं, लेकिन इन सब पे ज्यादा इफेक्टिव वो एआई का प्रोजेक्ट होगा जो बिल्कुल आपको नए ढंग से दुनिया को देखने, पढ़ने और समझने का एक आईना मुहैया कराएगा। अब बताएगा कि यही आखिरी सच है, इससे ज्यादा मत देखो। ये एआई का खतरा है। आप उसका इस्तेमाल करें, टूल की तरह करें, उससे ग्राफिक्स बना लें, उससे कुछ पेंटिंग करवा लें, उसका खिलौने की तरह इस्तेमाल करें, ठीक है। लेकिन याद रखें कि ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन के बिना न मीडिया चल सकता है, न मेडिकल साइंस चल सकता है, न कुछ और चल सकता है। उसके खतरे बहुत बड़े हैं। और जिस दिन एआई मैंने ह्यूमनाइड की तरह सिर्फ मतलब आजाद हो गया, ऑटोनमस हैसियत उसने हासिल कर ली, तब हम नहीं जानते हैं क्या होगा। शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। पैनल में डिस्कस हो रहा था, हम लोगों को प्रिंट मीडिया पे वापस जाना चाहिए। एंड आजकल जर्नलिस्ट्स का एक पूरा प्रोग्राम है वेर इन देयर इज अ होल 1 आवर प्रोग्राम जिसमें एक एआई जर्नलिस्ट हैं जो प्रेजेंट करती हैं पूरी न्यूज। इनफैक्ट कल ही वन ऑफ आवर स्पीकर्स इस बारे में बात कर रहे थे। Yes. So, sir, I would like to pose a question now to the entire panel. The first question that we have here, that AI is instruction based. As Priyadarshan sir pointed out, ki AI completely instruction based hai. So when we talk about different fields, what if AI fails to follow or misinterpret those instructions? Is it a very big risk? I would like to pose this question first to Rajendra sir. Dr. Rajendra, to talk about it.
Hi. आई थिंक प्रियदर्शन जी ने एक अच्छा पहलू हमको बताया एआई के बारे में. हम बाकी के लोग एआई के पॉजिटिविटीज के बारे में बता रहे थे, उन्होंने हमको क्वेश्चन भी उसमें ही किया और वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि जैसा उन्होंने बताया वैसा मेडिसिन में भी हम कोई भी अगर दवाई लेते हैं, वो दवाई का अगर ज़्यादा प्रमाण से अगर इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो उसका दुष्परिणाम होगा. So AI is also similar to that. You can use it as a tool, but after a certain point, if the tool starts taking over you, there could be a problem. But like I gave an example of the unmanned aerial vehicles, healthcare में भी आप उसको एक हद तक इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए. It should be an assistant or a support for a human being or a skill set. It should not aspirationally try to replace it. But yes, there is a clear potential that AI in certain situations can actually overcome that. And it can, because वो थकता नहीं है ह्यूमंस बीइंग की तरह. डॉक्टर 3 सर्जरी करने के बाद शायद थक जाएगा, एआई की रोबो को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. वो डेटा हम एक दिन में एक्स अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा ही रिसर्च में ढूंढ सकते हैं. एआई एक अनलिमिटेड कैपेसिटी है, और क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग हो तो उसकी हम कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकती, इतनी कम कंप्यूटिंग कैपेसिटी हो जाएगी. नाउ ये रिस्क है, बट क्या है, दिस इज अ रियलिटी ऑफ लाइफ. हाउ लॉन्ग आर वी गोइंग टू बी अवे फ्रॉम इट? It is better to accept it, acknowledge it, and prepare a certain system to have certain safeguards to ensure that it is not misused. Every walk of life, you have this problem, but it is up to us to regulate it in a most ethical and more realistic manner.
Anil sir, would you like to go next?
I think I would 100% like to agree with Dr. Rajendra. There are, of course, pros and cons of anything and everything that we do in life. I mean, if you eat too much of food, also you have a problem, right? And you have too much of medicine is also a problem. But are we in a position to stop this advancement? The answer is no. Are we in a position to slow this advancement? The answer is no. Would this take a quantum leap in the next 5 or 10 years? The answer is yes. The way that you're seeing the trend and the way the technology and everything is evolving around it. I only see an amazing convergence between all of these scientific technologies, not only AI, it has to be biotechnology, nanotechnology, all of that convergence is likely to come. And I think students of this generation have to probably realize and adopt to how are they going to use all of this to be able to accelerate their work. It's like saying, do we still learn 2 into 2 is equal to 4? Maybe not, because it's expected and it automatically comes out of something. But do we need to understand how to do 4,000 into 3,567? Maybe yes. That is what is the ability that an AI, ML and technologies would adopt and give us. So I think I agree that there has to be safeguards, but the potential that you see is too huge. And the risk that you need to mitigate is, of course, likely to happen in any cause of life. So I see an amazing potential for all of us here today.
No, I agree with it. It has amazing potential. I'm not in favor of stopping anything. We can't stop technology. We will have to accept it, and we will have to adapt ourselves according to technology. But I am just trying to caution that it is not a fruit which only empowers us, which only strengthens us. It may be poisonous also. The problem is that the food we eat, we simply measure how much we should eat. Whatever we do, we can measure easily. But the impact of technology, are we going to measure it? Even in this era, you can see how much time we are sparing to technology. So we should be cautiously trading towards a world which will be governed by AI and we should be cautious. It should not be governed by AI. That is the only thing. Human intervention must be there, and it only can save the world through any from any danger of AI or anything like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that is absolutely correct. Yeah.
Do you have anything to add to it? Yeah, Dr. Dinesh, do you have anything to add to it?
Yeah. Thanks so much. I agree with Dr. Patankar and Neil. So it's a great enabler. AI is a great enabler, but it's also like a double-edged sword. Like, everything that has benefits can also have a lot of risks. And there are cases where, data privacy can be an issue. And also there can be certain biases that are there. Much of the training data that is there, some of it might have certain biases. So just as humans, we have certain biases, but we actually get some kind of regulation by interacting with different people, learning through reward and punishment kind of things. Similarly, there should be some kind of governance to ensure that there's no unknown biases or bad biases that are there with artificial intelligence. So for example, it can actually, let's say, news also, it can cause some kind of fake news. There can be cases where the lines will get blurred between what is actually factual and what is actually generated, right? And it will become a little difficult to know that. So we need to be cautious definitely about that. But it's a great enabler.
So Dinesh, I just wanted to add to this. And if we go back 100 years, when there were early age in times of human beings, and I'm sure you would have read through and remember this, that there used to be frequent wars. People used to go after each other. Maturity was low, correct? So even the thinking process that has evolved over a period of time and the maturity that has come into human beings today has come over a period of time where we have learned from mistakes, etc. So I think you're absolutely right. We would, and this also opens up an amazing opportunity for all our students today and I see a lot of founders in the US, especially writing tools and technologies around how do you create safeguards and guardrails within the AI/ML solutions. So, for example, if you ask an AI/ML today, can I make a bomb? It should not respond to you, ideally. Can it respond to you in 5 minutes? Of course, it can make you a bomb in like 5 minutes, right? It could probably even make you a nuclear bomb in 5 minutes. But should it be doing it? Of course, it should not be doing it. So I see a lot of opportunities for all of our younger generation to be able to inject a lot of these thought processes within the AI, that it is automatically taught not to learn certain aspects which we have probably taken 100 years to learn and inject into it. But until we do that, in this evolving world, is there going to be upside, downside? Of course, there's going to be. Today, I think the only news is fake news, unfortunately, on the social media, converted, etc. So, yeah, I think I do tend to agree that there are amazing amount of risk, but I think maturity would come in, and we should be able to guide through that.
I would like to add one more thing. What we are calling data bias is not so innocent data bias that some safeguard will keep it away. The problem is it has been a planned effort. You know that DeepSeek has been banned in America. Why? Because China has created it with its own purpose, and Chinese will certainly Chinese have banned a lot of things from America also, and in that their AI models also. Even India, what we are making, we will make it in our own according to our own needs. So all bias is created by political, social, सत्ता प्रतिष्ठान की ओर से वो बायस क्रिएट किए जा रहे हैं. So all this bias has been created by I can say the governments, from American, from Chinese, from Indian. So every effort that we are seeing in AI has a political motive also. So I'm not telling that it is an evil and we should leave it. We will have to face it. We will have to understand you are talking about wars. You see, the world is not going through wisdom. In 20th century, we were very wise people. Do you remember how many people died in 2 world wars? Any data? How many people? It is 10 crore people. 2 world wars, 10 crore people were killed. And those were, मतलब जिनके हाथ पांव कट गए, जो अपाहिज हो गए, they were more than 2 or 3 crore. So entire Europe is still facing that tragedy. You see their films, their art exhibitions, you will find that the shadow of world wars is still hovering over them. Now in this world, we are watching Europe and America fighting on Ukraine issue. Ukraine war is a very interesting war. It started with Russian tanks. Now it is being fought with Ukrainian drones. The entire war has shifted towards drones. In coming months, it may be that some AI effort, some biological weapon also may be included in this war game. So we should be alert. The potentials are too much. High risks are also too much. We should keep our eye open to all these possibilities, which are positive and negative both. We can't evade technology. We'll have to live with technology, but we should be
Speaking of
careful
that,
about it.
I have a very small question. As a faculty, we are teaching our students today. All our students are dependent on AI, and a lot of them are also understanding that for to be industry relevant, they are learning skills. Whichever industry that they want to go to, there is some amount of AI skill enhancement that they have to learn. But do you think that dependence, I understand it reduces the human time, but does it also impact the human intelligence or the amount that a person puts up a time into thinking? If any one of you, Dinesh sir or Anil sir, any one of you who has some opinion on this.
Yeah, I think it's AI has a lot of potential. Students can use it a lot for for learning. There are incredible ways by which you can interact with these AI applications, and then help in learning new skills. Right? It's I can see that earlier we all used to be very much dependent on going to school and then learning, getting into some course and then learning that course, and we only had certain times where we could do it. But now, with this kind of access to AI, we can actually learn skills, at our convenience. Students can learn it at their convenience, maybe at a time whenever they have convenience. Basically, our own motivation and hard work, which it's maybe a limitation, but basically the enabler is incredible. And I think learning will be accelerated considerably. The more you engage with AI and learn from it, we can learn a lot.
Anyone else? Because I just feel that sometimes, they depend completely on it without using the mind here. So
I think what you're saying.
One more thing I would, please go on.
Yeah, Anil sir, please go ahead.
I think what you're saying is absolutely right. It is unfortunately, I don't know if it is to do with the generations, because everybody always thinks that their generation was better. So I wouldn't want to cross that path. So what I'm saying is that I think understanding the fundamentals of anything and everything that you do is very, very important, right? So, for example, can you take out the journalism from a journalist? Of course, you cannot take out. You cannot become a journalist overnight just because you have AI tools available, right? I cannot become a doctor overnight just because I have a robotics hand which is doing surgery, right?
These days, all journalists have left journalism. They are now PR persons.
So then we'll probably get into a world. Then we'll probably get into a world which is not right. So you're absolutely right, sir. You're absolutely right, Rashid. So what I'm saying is that students need to understand that fundamentals have to be secured. right? Otherwise, there's no need to go to schools and colleges. I mean, just be intuitive learning, stay at home, and probably I don't know if there's a day when that also comes true or not, depending on what our schools and colleges do.
I hope not.
Yeah, of course. So I'm saying, what we tell people in the office, for example, if the fundamentals are not right, the fundamental aptitude is not right, you're not able to use an AI/ML very well. Whether it is finance, algorithm, I cannot just go and press a button and say trade in a stock market, and I want to make 200% return. Would that ever happen? You will never be able to make 200%. So just want to wrap this up by giving you an idea that I was running a live workshop of AI/ML on a stock market in Surat just maybe 20 days before. And the idea was to understand what is the opening price of Reliance Industries on Monday, for example. But if you just ask an AI/ML tool that what's going to be the opening price, you'll probably not get the context right. So we started by asking, hey, do you have access to all the data? B, can I do a discounted cash flow analysis to understand what is really the value of the company? C, if the value is say 100, but the stock market says 1600, why is there a gap between this? What is likely to change in the business in the last 5 years or 10 years? And what is going to happen in the next 10 years? Maybe telecommunication will become more. Maybe the retail business that the Reliance will do is middle more. Maybe the oil and gas that they are making money may not be as much as it would continue to be. So if you don't understand this, you're not able to ask the right questions, you will never get the right answer. I think I'll probably leave it to that.
It is true. It is true. But I would like to, for students only, I would like to add one more thing. The problem is the advancement of technology lures us to leave our older methods. In internet, before internet era, I used to remember a lot of things. The record book of cricketers, the films of actors, the list of CMs and PMs. Today, no one needs to recall them. He simply types how many CMs from Bihar have come in these 60 years. Just comes a list within seconds, which is perfect. Again, these days I'm seeing that people don't want to write anything. They just go for a script. Write a script for this. Write a piece for this. And IA is helping them, and in fact, they are writing story and poem also through AI. So it is denting your creative effort also. And the students are the safest victims of such things. I am a student. I have to pass my exams. I want to make a write-up. I go to AI. Please write an article for me. It writes. So the allurement of using AI, you have to cross that. You will have to overpower it. That is the greatest challenge for students. Technology always offers you easy skills. We don't need to remember tables now. हम लोग याद करते थे पहाड़ा 19 नहीं के कितना होता है. And no one needs it. So technology also creates a creative vacuum in your mind. You know that it is available for you. It is a danger.
I think Dr. Pandya wants to add something here.
This is the first time in the human history or human evolutionary mankind that AI is threatening us. Till now, nobody threatened us. You know, we build warships, we build computers, but the computer never backfired at us.
Yeah.
It didn't start dictating us. This is the first time that there is a possibility that it can happen, and it can potentially happen. Now, like the Priyadarsan sir said, you know, what are we as human beings? We are a composition of memory in our present consciousness. Now, if our memory banks in the brain are not going to be utilized because everything is going to be available just at the click of a button, then our tendency to remember those will start going down. And, you know, then there could be a bigger chaos. And this, the AI tools understand very well. And to add to it, if there is an algorithmic bias, whether it is through the social reasons or political reasons or governmental reasons, then, you know, we are up for a different world. And earlier, you know, world used to change in 10 years, technology-wise. Now it changes every year. What we lived in 10 years, it changes in a year, maybe less than that going ahead. Like he
Yeah,
said, 2 साल हुए war को यूक्रेन के, जो मीन सोल्जर्स और टैंक से चल रहा था, अभी वो ड्रोन से हो रहा है. कुछ दिनों के बाद सिर्फ ड्रोन्स का एयर फ्लीट होगा, एक ही स्क्वाड्रन लीडर होगा और बाकी सब ड्रोन्स ही होंगे उसके आसपास, और कुछ बचेगा भी नहीं. तो yes, we need to take it with a very clear pinch of salt.
Rajendra ji, what you said is absolutely right. So probably you need to understand how do you get an expert to be on the drones, right? And that's why I said that maybe we should let our kids play more video game, because if you're not nimble on your fingers, you'll not be able to do robotic surgery. You'll not be able to fly a drone. You'll not be able to get through the urban areas with the drone, etc. But I would like to connect this. We have a marketing department in our office. I just wanted to connect to your example, Dr. Rajendra ji, that we have almost 7 people, and their job is to write and product marketing, for example. So there's little bit of use cases in the world, little bit of what's happening around the world, and then fit into the cyber tech. I used to struggle getting good quality videos out of my people. So the only choice that I had was that, and I was constantly thinking that should I hire somebody from the United States or Europe? Because there are specific colleges, schools where people have spent good amount of time, energy, and they kind of bring this thinking process out. And we used to take almost a month to come out with a very interesting video which connects to our product, etc. Just 20 days back, somebody took an initiative and he said, why don't we try and use AI/ML to try and make the quality better and sharper? And I must tell you that our same person who was doing that, we forced him to use different technologies. And now his ability to produce, because he was grouped in scripting, which he was doing for the last 5 years, his ability to produce quality video at scale has suddenly transformed overnight. And he's able to produce 4 fantastic videos with good scripts in 1 week, which he was not able to do almost 1 video in 2 months. So I think because he was able to adopt to it, he was able to do it. Otherwise, probably I would have to go and look out for somebody else to do that. So I think it brings amazing amount of finesse, the better quality, etc., which I think our people and students would have to probably learn to get this piece right. We don't have a choice.
So the world is changing in a manner. I'm aware of certain developments where if a surgery is happening live and there is an AI tool behind it, it can actually guide the surgeon, telling him what if he's deviating from the normal course of protocol. And it could be a big boom, but imagine if there is some algorithmic bias which happens. I mean,
absolutely right. Yeah.
And for students, effort is not a bad thing. If we effort for writing a good piece and it may take 10 days, it is okay. I get some from Pakaya from somewhere. It is not very good for my mental health, my creative energy. We should effort. It is not for professionals. Certainly, if you get an expertise on something, then you can use technology, be it internet or AI. It is okay. But for students, the option of giving them AI tools is to create them, is to keep them away from their creative process. If I have to take 2 months in writing an article, it gives me a lot of inner strength. We choose for words, we choose for situations, we go through several books, we go through several examples, and then we are satisfied that we have written something. I used to remember that there was a period when we used to search a cassette or a record of some great singer or some great poet, and we used to get very happy that वाह हमें तो मिल गया. और आज सब अवेलेबल है, सुनने की फुर्सत नहीं है. We have lost our music.
Sir, thank you so much. Sir, now with this thought, I think I will have to end this session because we have our other guests are also here. We are going to have another session on AI in education, teaching, and research. So it was a very, very insightful session. Everyone, from this session, I think I have gauged that even though AI is taking over everything, we have to make ourselves stronger and more organized to the fact that we are the commanders and they are the listeners mostly. There shouldn't be any replacement, and there cannot be any replacement for a journalist, for a doctor, for a person in finance, or for a person in technology or manufacturing, or with. And with that thought, I would like to thank.
Maybe it'll help us to be more humans than the humans that we are.
Exactly.
So,
More increase our level of intelligence so that we can control that artificial intelligence.
hopefully,
Yes,
yeah.
hopefully.
Thank you.
So with that, I would like to thank you all for taking out time and being a part of this panel. Ami ma'am, a few words from you. Yeah. Ma'am, you're on mute. Okay, wait. I'll just change that. Yes.
So thank you very much. So on behalf of our president, Shri Ashokji Saraf, and on behalf of our entire management, I extend a warm thank you to every one of you all today. And I think, like Nilaksha ma'am rightly pointed out, it was a very enriching session, a lot of learnings. Though I was in and out through this entire dialogue, I have had some experts that I have kept in my mind. But I request each one of you all, because you all have got fantastic presentations. So if you do not mind, and if you all can share your presentations with us, as a study for my own faculty, I would like to understand and go through your presentations. So please, if it's not a lot of inconvenience to all of y'all, and if it's within your it's my humble request to please share your presentations, because they were very, very interesting. And once again, I would like to keep this dialogue not just limited to this conference, but I hope we have such engaging sessions once in a while to let us as academicians also understand what is happening out there in the world, and it'll help us to move out of our reference books and textbooks and bring some real life learning into classrooms. So thank you, Anil. It was a pleasure to go through your entire presentations and your so you are no way short of a doctor, so please don't say that.
No, which I am. It takes a lot of time and effort, and believe me, I did have this thought of trying to pick it up a year back, and I still have that thought. So maybe I'll probably pick it up and try and compete with you. I mean, happy to do that actually. That is what will keep us human beings at the end of the day, right? So that competitive spirit has to be there, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Patankar, for joining us. And I think the participants had a lot of more questions for you, and what the kind of
question.
Yes. So maybe, sir, whenever you are in Mumbai next, let us meet in person and let us have and continue this dialogue. Thank you, Dinesh. You gave us a very, very, very live supply chain, and I'm sure all those students in management really need to understand how the operations and supply chain industry is now going to operate in future. And so coming from a very traditional medium of journalism, and how journalism is evolving today, and the dangers that you foresee to the journalistic review and the future is another insight that you brought us. Thank you very much, all of you all. And this is from my team at DGMC and from my management once again. Thank you, thanking each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon to our next session in like 2 minutes. So I would like to welcome Dr. Soumya Rani and Dr. Kulveen Trehan as the next set of speakers for the session on AI in education and research. So I'll hand over the mic now to Dr. Jisha, who will take the session forward.
Dr. Jisha, Kulbeen ma'am is joining in a minute. So I think we should wait for just 1 minute.
Yeah, I'd request all participants to please stay back because we are starting with the session immediately.
Good morning, Dr. Soumya.
Hi, Dr. Jisha.
Hi.
So is it
I am
Jisha?
Divya.
Okay,
Yes,
Divya.
yeah, I'm
Hi.
Divya.
Hi, Divya.
Yeah, from the team, conference team.
Hi, hi.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am.
Hello, Soumya ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah. Hi, Nilaksha. Hi.
Yes, I was in touch with you to.
The name? I guess
Sorry?
it with nice to put a name to the face, like a face to the name, basically.
Yes, the same here. It's the same here. It's lovely meeting you here. So I look forward to having a very insightful session with you.
Thank you.
Just 2 minutes. I think Kulveen ma'am is joining and then we can start.
I guess Kulbeen Rahan ma'am has joined.
Yes, yes, yes. Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Morning.
How are
Just
you
give
today?
just give me a minute.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
give me a minute.
Good morning, ma'am. Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day to everyone.
Yeah,
All
happy
the-
Women's Day to everyone.
Yeah, I can see 5 females on the screen.
It seems it's not happening. There's something wrong with my system. So just trying to fix it. Am I audible? Am I
You are
audible?
Dr. Kulbeen.
You're
You are.
audible.
Yeah, Dr. Jisha, I guess we can start now. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the insightful panel discussion on AI in humanities, transforming teaching, education, and research. So today, as we explore into the topic that is reshaping the very foundation of how we teach, learn, educate, and do research in the humanities field via artificial intelligence. So first, we have Dr. Kulveen Trahan, an eminent media academician, researcher, and corporate consultant with over 22 years of experience in teaching, advertising, and digital cultures. She is the recipient 2020-24 by E4M and the Iconic Women Award by the Women Economic Forum 2020-19. Currently serving as project director for a major research project under ICSSR-GOI, she also consults with the Hero Group and has contributed to international research projects funded by UNICEF and IMCR. Dr. Kulveen has contributed to global reports on the Olympics and Paralympics and played a key role in curriculum development for UNICEF's CSBC initiative. She has chaired and delivered keynote address at prestigious conferences across Europe and US, European countries and US, I guess, and in India too, and was the first Indian female media educator to deliver special lecture university. With her extensive expertise in advertising, PR, media literacy, advocacy, digital cultures, and sports, she's a highly thought-after speaker for panel discussions and academic engagements. Joining her, we are privileged to have Dr. Soumya Rani, a leading expert in scientific writing, AI-driven publishing, and faculty development. She is the founder of Saumis AWW, a startup incubator in WSP4 at IIM Bangalore, dedicated to supporting teachers, researchers in medical writing, manuscript publishing, and grant writing. She has over 6 years of experience as a speaker, starting her journey as a DAT Young Ambassador in 2017 and 18. Her academic journey includes a research at IIT Madras, scholarship by JNCASR. A defining milestone was her DAT Sandwich Scholarship at the University of Osnabrück, Germany, which later led to her role as a DAT Young Ambassador, the stepping stone to her speaking career. We are truly privileged to have these two exceptional thought leaders with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Kulveen as well as Dr. Soumya Rani to share their thoughts, insights, and ideas regarding AI in revolutionizing humanities research and teaching. Welcome you both, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've been extremely kind, Dr. Jisha.
Thank you. I invite Dr. Kulveen, ma'am, to speak about your thoughts on AI and humanities teaching, transformation, and research.
So, at the outset, my compliments to DGMC as always, conceptualizing and curating programs which are extremely meaningful, which provide deeper engagement with critical issues of the contemporary milieu. And I'm also very, very delighted with how the team is trying to ensure that more women are part of technology-oriented discussions and that AI is not confined to manuals, wherein we only have token representation of women, but we have women panelists talking about artificial intelligence, which, so to speak of, is almost sparking the biases when it comes to technology-oriented discussions. So kudos to the team, Principal Emmy Vora. She's been extremely, in that sense, spirited. Nilaksha, Divya, everybody, Jisha, everyone who's trying to ensure that these conversations are more equal and there are spaces which are fair. And what an opportune occasion to talk about AI in education, in teaching, research, transformations, various aspects of it. As someone who's been, using artificial intelligence, and I say using with a lot of care and caution, artificial intelligence in both teaching and research, I look at it. I have experienced the dichotomy of artificial intelligence as a concept and practice in teaching and research. And when I talk about it, I talk about it in the context of humanities, in the context of social science per se, and also applied social sciences, which have become the touch points of delivery in education these days. As a teacher researcher, I would say AI has to be a friend. AI cannot be my master, and AI cannot be my slave either. So, when it comes to technology enabled education, with special reference to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is largely characterized by cloud computing, by use of big data. And we're using a lot of big data for analysis these days, by use of digital consumptions and explosion of digital media, alongside use of artificial intelligence in various manifestations. One such manifestation which has happened and which in many ways has changed the dictum in South Asian education is the movement from assistive AI to generative AI. Now, we all started in November 2022 with the revolution of ChatGPT coming on screen, a lot of conversations in the media industry, in communication and social science spaces with regards to how to use it, who will it affect, what are the cause-effect relationship of artificial intelligence in terms of its utilitarian approach, in terms of reaction and responses of various stakeholders, in terms of not just intent, but also content and consequence. So we grappled with it for quite some time, and the journey has been enlightening for most of us. It's been strugglesome, let me confess. We've been on both sides of the fence as educators. There have been times when we've explored the dark side of generative AI in teaching learning processes, categorically, inside and outside the classrooms. And we've also, in many ways, have not been shy of using artificial intelligence as tools and applications in our teaching learning processes. Like, for instance, today when we deal with the idea of how to, in terms of mechanics of using artificial intelligence in teaching and research, we start off with the cautionary note that while on one side it is empowering, and that we have to understand that how various kinds of language models have been trained, and they've been trained on enormous amounts of data, and that simplifies data extraction, that simplifies our engagement with raw data at one level, which in many ways saves a lot of time. It makes us more efficient as researchers, because at the click of a button, you are able to, in many ways, you can harvest a lot of data. But on the other hand, since we are teachers of humanities and social science, we are continuously guarding ourselves against, the gendering of data, the algorithmic biases that we continuously struggle with AI-based applications and AI-based enablements that we have. Alongside, we are also, as teachers and researchers, testing, validating, and understanding the pros and cons of various tools which have been used in AI-based research. Like, for instance, a lot of students, especially PhD scholars, because they have lots to write every day, so they continuously engage with tools of writing, tools of academic writing, which are AI empowered or AI based. Like Quillbot is become one favorite with students across board in social science and humanities for all kinds of writing. Now, my issues when I discuss it with scholars worldwide is how Quillbot in many ways entices us to rephrase, entices us to become a different writer. When I write myself, at that point, it is not as a humanities and social science writer, it is me who becomes an important part of that essay, of that critique, of that research. And my engagement is not just at the level of an analytical, data interpreter, but also as a writer, as a voice, as an agency. But many a times when we allow rephrasing through various AI tools like Quillbot, it becomes problematic. So AI can be hugely assistive when you use it as an assistive technology, let's say for proofreading, for sentence correction, for speech correction, because a lot of our students in South Asia do not have English as their first language and they struggle to publish. So if you have to publish in journals which are of international repute, you can use them as assistive technologies and not generative technologies. So what's happening of late is that we're using AI in scholarship for content generation, we're using AI for analytics, and we're also using AI for operations, right? Operations research. So we have to be, in that sense, we have to really understand and apply a nuanced approach. For instance, if you're using it for analytics, what kind of analysis? Big data analytics, all right. You can use it for big data analytics for, let's say, a sentiment analysis to understand tonality of social media discourse on Women's Day. At the moment, almost everybody is talking about or writing something or expressing themselves on Women's Day. So if you want to understand the criticality of discourse, the thematic mapping of a particular discourse, it would be a good idea to use a Wixley, right? However, on the other hand, if you want to get deeply invested in manifestations of, latent gender data or gendering of data on Women's Day hashtags, then I would request that, you have to stay away or be a little distant from the AI and use critical understandings that you acquired through your qualitative semantic researches or pragmatic researches and combine it with AI at that particular point. So I would say, as a teacher, while I encourage the students to make their own, AI videos. But on the other hand, I have a huge engagement or discussion on deepfakes, and then how deepfake detection has to be done. So it's a, in when we talk about AI and humanities as a teacher, it's a layered process. I introduce them to the tools, encourage them to use them on their own, in their own free spirit, as their own social actors with their own agency. However, at every point, as a mentor, as a supervisor, I have to hold their hand and tell them about detection, about how this can infringe rights. We all know how the Digital News Publishers Association, they have sued the AI, the generative AI, for using their materials, especially photo materials, without copyright. And this is not the first instance. We all know how Getty Images took Copilot and other AI generators to court. So this is happening almost every day. So we are looking at the continuum of, an AI literacy framework. UNESCO has created an AI literacy framework. But the bottom line today is, as researchers, as teachers, that we have to not only, educate ourselves and share information on AI literacy framework within and outside the world classrooms, but also ensure that there is a culturation process, there's a localization or nativization of AI frameworks within our own diverse context. Please remember that India is extremely diverse. It's the universe of the diverse. So each geography, each demography will have to be factored in as unique set of variables while applying AI in the context of, social science research. And I'm very excited as an AI researcher today, but extremely guarded when it comes to, ethical conduct, when it comes to collection of materials, when it comes to how far can I use it as an analytical tool or technique, and especially in writing. My biggest distance from AI is in academic writing. I would rather not use AI for writing. I would allow myself to express my research in my own words than, allow a tool which has been empowered through language models of data from others. I would not rather want it, but for literature review, right? But for accessing large volumes of data, the sheer mammothness or the proportion of data which AI can make available as a reader is thrilling, is very exciting. So while I'm exposed to a lot of content, and a lot of our scholars across the country and the region are using AI tools for literature collection, literature surveys, systematic understanding of related studies, which is essential, and that is the way to go. But it's important to create your own guardrails. So I stop here. It's about guarding, it's about investing, it's about being excited about the use. Do not be scared of AI, but be very, very cautious.
Thank you, ma'am. You just highlighted about the importance of AI and the use of AI in academia, and when you refrain from using AI for teaching, it's actually good. We have few questions pending for you, but I will continue the question and session after. So, Dr. Soumya, yes. Dr. Soumya, I guess she has hosted so many discussions and sessions at IIT regarding AI tools and AI research tools, and more into AI analytical tools. So I have been through your sessions. So I guess you can give more ideas regarding AI analytical tools and its importance in teaching, learning, and for the research purpose also, how genuinely we can use AI tools. And you can give some suggestions regarding the best tools we can use so that we can suggest our coming students too. Yeah. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jisha. And I think Dr. Kulveen has covered pretty much everything in her brief talk here. And the favorite word, the takeaway that I'm taking away at least, is guardrails. So we cannot just see AI as an enemy, but rather we should make it a friend, as Dr. Kulveen said, not the assistant, not the boss, but the friend, and with the right guardrails. So I had actually put together a very small presentation. So I'm allowed to share my screen. Can I do that? So it's not very technical, but it's just an aid where we can ask ourselves a few questions around what are the limitations, what are the ethical considerations that we have around AI. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible and I have 20 minutes
Yes,
as I
screen is
understand. Yeah.
visible.
So how many of you here recognize the face that you see on the screen? I know I'm the second speaker of the session and we are hungry. So let me keep it short and a bit interesting as well. So for those of you who do not recognize this face, this is that of Dr. Strange and also that of Sherlock Holmes in one of the best adapted versions of the novel, I would say. And in real life, this person happens to be Benedict Cumberbatch. And if you're a movie buff like me, I'm sure you have come across this movie, The Imitation Game. And considering that we are in amongst media personals, I'm pretty sure you know the movie better than I do here. So this movie was set in the World War times, if you remember, precisely World War II. And it was all about how Alan Turing goes on to break the code of Enigma, the coding machine that the Germans had, which leads to their downfall and the fall of the Nazis. So why exactly am I taking you all back in time to the World War times? It is simply because I wanted to stress upon the fact that Alan Turing was not just touted as the man who broke the code of Enigma, but then he is also considered as one of the founding fathers of artificial intelligence. So when did Alan Turing live? That is an easy 6 decades ago, which means the technology and the terminology of artificial intelligence has existed for 6 decades. Just that every one of us was not talking about it. It was not a part of the common man, woman, or the human's vocabulary. It stayed in the elite glass houses somewhere of nerds and computer technologists. And all that changed in November 2022, thanks to ChatGPT. And what was the world like before ChatGPT? Did we not have technology? Today, when you look back, it feels like we cannot function without AI. But that is not true. We had an amazing search engine called Google, not the AI supercharged one that we have now, but the normal one where you ask questions and this tool brings you thousands of varied resources. Was Google not biased? Was it giving you all the information out there in the world? Not necessarily, because if it were true, then we would not be so worried about SEOs and how to make our websites be on the top page of Google and what. Google had its set of problems. All the search engines that we had before, they had their set of problems, but the problems they had were not as pronounced as the ones that we have with AI, where bias comes into the play, where convenience kind of has handicapped us to just look at the top information, just look at the summarized information. We don't always go back to the original source now. So original sources exist out there, but we are more convenient in getting the AI summaries. And as Professor pointed out rightly, this and also the panel discussion that happened just before, this has definitely reduced our memory capacity. So we no longer remember things, we no longer process things, we get it in a very ready-made fashion and we start consuming it. Maybe in this generation, not the Gen A, not the Gen Z, we have had exposure to actual research, actual research where we have sat down with books or at least with websites, processed information, extracted data, and then wrote scientific content or prepared lessons for our classrooms. But the generation that is coming out right now alongside ChatGPT, say the Gen Alpha, they have no exposure whatsoever, or with the way that the world goes, they might not always have the exposure to do this by themselves. So the question that we should ask from a teaching, learning, education perspective is, will AI handicap our kids, our next generation of learners from being able to do their own research? This is the first thing. And the second thing is these AI tools, they don't act the same way with all of us. So an AI tool can give you very, very different answers depending on how good your question is. And are we teaching our students, are we teaching our researchers to be asking the right question? Because for a question to be valid, for a prompt to be at least valid, it should come with a few of these components at least. So say, for instance, I am a biologist, so I have a PhD in biotechnology. So picking up an example that we all can relate to, say for instance, I go ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Claude or any of your Gen AI tools, what is photosynthesis? These tools will give me an answer, a good summarized answer with the equation 6CO2, 6H2O, blah, 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 the equation that we all learned in school. But imagine I'm a grade 6 school teacher. This answer here is almost useless to me in its actual form because my kids don't understand CO2 or H2O because they have not yet learned the chemical formula in their chemistry lessons. So why is ChatGPT giving me these answers that I cannot actually use in my classroom? Because ChatGPT does not know that I'm a grade 6 teacher trying to teach this concept to a classroom. So here, the problem is not with ChatGPT. If I could have rephrased my prompt in the right way, so if I could have upfront told ChatGPT that, okay, I want content for a grade 6 classroom, I want analogies, I want examples, I want experiential learning activities that grade 6 students can relate to and understand this concept better, then the reply changes, the response changes, the content you get changes drastically. Similarly, when you're a researcher, you are expected to give the prompt appropriately, give all the requirements. So when I ask the same question as a researcher, say I ask what is photosynthesis, because I'm trying to give a talk on photosynthesis to my colleagues. Now, I don't want the definition of photosynthesis because these colleagues of mine, they are already experts in their field. What I'm looking for is the latest literature around photosynthesis, and I want the information to come only from reliable sources. I don't want any information from all those Q4 journals. I only want them from Scopus indexed Q1 to Q3 journals, preferably Q1 and Q2. And I want every single information that ChatGPT puts out there to have a citation so that I can trace back to the original source and make sure that the content is accurate. ChatGPT or any of the other Gen AI tools that we are talking about are capable of doing this, provided we can give the right prompts. Some of you might argue that, okay, now we have deep search, now we have DeepSeek. So these are tools that are much more advanced. They don't need you to do prompt engineering, which is completely untrue because these new deep search features that are being added on to several of the tools, they are much more iterative, which means they ask you more questions. They want much more inputs than your conventional, the free-to-use ChatGPT that is available today, which means if we have to master these AI tools, we really have to master our communication skills in terms of prompt engineering. So prompts should basically serve as these flags that will help the tools understand point A from where you will have to start and your destination, which happens to be point B. And these flags guide these tools to find the right information in the right way with the right citation so that they don't get lost and we don't get lost subsequently. So these AI, majority or almost all the AI that we use today, they rest on this model called LLMs or large language models. And these models by design have a flaw, as in these tools cannot reason, cannot think, but they can reason right now with the deep search functionalities, but they cannot think or be creative in a very, very human sense. These tools take large volumes of information, process it, and bring it back to you in very specific ways. What does this mean for research? In research, it means you're just going to get recycled information, refurbished information. And if you're looking for that novel research question or the novel research gap, then AI might not be able to cognitively figure out, get those insights, get those eureka moments like a human would be able to do, which means AI can process and get you existing information. When you're looking for something new, something novel, something path-breaking, you are almost on your own. So let us say that we are all sitting in an offline classroom and I set this activity for you. I ask you to draw the things that you see on the screen and I give you 1 minute. Now let us presume the 1 minute is over and I ask each of you to show the picture that you drew to your neighbors and then to me. And I'm pretty sure, even without doing this activity with you, even without seeing any of your pictures, at least most of our pictures would look something like this. Not most of us live in a house that looks like this, Not all sunrises and sunset look like that. Not all mountains have just two peaks. But we still continue drawing the same things. And this is kind of a learned bias. Now imagine I'm going to bring a toddler into the picture. I'm going to show all your pictures to the toddler. Ask the toddler to look at all these pictures of a house, of a mountain, of a river, and whatever. And then ask the toddler to draw a house. What do you think the house would look like? I can bet the house will definitely have resemblances to what you see on the screen, because a toddler does not always have an experience of the real world. They learn from what their parents, what their teachers, what their facilitators tell them and show them. And the AI that we have today is like the toddler. The AI does not have an experience of the real world. It only relies on information that already exists. And this information that we humans have generated over the past decades is highly biased. So when you ask an AI to create data out of biased data sets, this is what happens. So these images were created by an AI called Midjourney, I believe, around 2 years or so ago. And the user had to just give very simple prompts. So what does a prisoner look like? What does so-and-so look like? And so on. When we looked at these images for the first time, it looked amazing. Even now, it looks pretty amazing. But the problem is, after being amazed, if we can take a pause, take a breath, and look at these images once again. Let's assume we're all sitting somewhere in this. Even then, do you think all prisoners look like that? How many of you will have the opportunity to be treated by a nurse who looks like that? More importantly, why should a nurse look a certain way, and why should a cleaner look something completely different? The user did not ask for a cleaner or a nurse of specific features, with specific features or from a specific ethnicity, but the tool has learned these biased features, these biases from existing data. All the advertisements, all the movies, all the websites, all the images that we have created over the past several years. And the AI, when it encounters bias, it does not understand bias, it does not understand ethics. It just looks at these biased information as a set of ground rules, as a set of features it has to be adhered to. It picks up all these features, amplifies them, and it throws them right back at our faces in the form of such images. And that is definitely a problem. The end of the last year, somewhere around 2024, October, November, I believe, all we could talk about was how this OpenAI has these new model called the O-series models, which are so intelligent that they can do almost anything and reason like a PhD level human can actually do. This was definitely amazing. But this model, more than anything else, was hallucinating the most. So though these AI models, they are kind of getting better at figuring out information, kind of getting closer to reasoning things better, this does not really take them away from their major limitation, which happens to be hallucinations. So hallucinations exist even in the best models. And this is something we can never forget when we use AI for research, for education, because we never know which of that information actually does exist, which of it really comes from research, and which is simply a hallucination from the model. So this is yet another limitation I wanted to present. So come January 2025, we have a completely new dimension around AI to talk about, thanks to DeepSeek. So this company was not something new. It has existed since 2015-16 at least, just that they came up with this new model called R1, and it became the talk of the world somewhere in the second week of January or so. And it became so popular that within the first week of its release, it became the #1 downloaded app in the US. This is a huge thing considering that the app is coming from China, and it could still bring down the shares of a huge giant like NVIDIA by 17%. And as if this was not sufficient, we had the election results. We have the changing political climate among the superpowers, especially in the US. And politics will also influence how AI is being looked at. And the rise of DeepSeek is also concerning in one other way, considering that China is one of the countries where there is a lot of sanctions as to what data can be presented to the public, what information is eligible to go on to the public and what is not. So the data that you get out of DeepSeek is going to be highly censored. So do we want to rely only on censored data for information when we are doing our research, when we are going about teaching our students and allowing our students to actually use this information into their assignments, into their learning processes and what? So today, AI is everywhere. In research, in medicine, you name a field, there is no field that AI has not really made a mark. But the problem is the technology is running way too fast for us to catch up. So imagine running a race with Usain Bolt. Even on a 100-meter race, sometimes you feel like this guy is 200 meters ahead of the rest of his opponents because that's how fast he is. It's good when it is Bolt, but it is not really good when it is the technology of AI because it means that everything else is lacking. The legal frameworks are lacking. The ethical implications, we don't even understand all aspects of it. And the environmental implications of running these large LLMs because they are so power intensive and they are taking up just way too much of power just to keep running. And none of us are even talking about the environmental implications. So how will the advent of AI really affect the critical thinking skills of our students? How will they affect the writing skills, the learning skills? There are just way too many questions and the regulations are very, very slow. If there are a few laws that are in place, I think the EU is leading the conversation when it comes to the legalities around AI, but every other country, every other region is really trailing behind. So yes, that definitely is a concern. And the goal is to make sure that the other components, the competitors or the other factors around AI also catch up with the technology. And these two guys definitely are, so one is the founder of OpenAI and the other of DeepSeek. So Sam and Liam they are going to direct a lot of conversation in 2025. And considering how these two powerhouses of AI come from countries which are already at war in some sense, is going to make 2025 a pretty interesting year, at least with respect to AI. So the important thing for me here is this entire ecosystem of AI is pretty complex. It has too many layers to it, and it is evolving in very many ways that we don't even understand. So it is very important that we hold a lot of caution alongside the super excitement that we have for AI, be it in research, be it in education, be it in teaching. And in each of these aspects, there are several limitations in trying to use Gen AI tools. So one suggestion that I would make as someone who constantly works with different AI tools for all of these aspects is that maybe slightly move away from your Gen AI tools and try using specific tools for each of your requirements. So when talking about research, if you want to do your literature collection, then use a tool like Litmaps, which has kind of figured out the literature mapping process. Or say you're talking about data extraction from multiple papers, not ChatGPT, maybe go into Elicit and SciSpace instead. Even when it comes to writing and proofreading your research manuscripts, don't look into general tools like Grammarly and Quillbot, though both of these tools have adapted to the research requirements. They are still very general purpose proofreading, paraphrasing tools. Maybe look into academia-specific tools like Paperpal, Trinka, Writeful instead. And when it comes to teaching and education, it is sadly not really possible to bring in the implementation of AI into existing systems, is my opinion. So if we are to introduce AI into our classrooms, if we are to allow our students to start using AI, because there is no longer a question of should we start doing this, we are at a place where we should be asking ourselves, how exactly are we going to get this done in the next 1 year, 2 year, 3 years or so? And to do that, I believe the system has to change. You cannot allow the students to use AI and set the same assessments that we were setting 2 years ago. Because what happens when you ask students to write an essay type assignment and then you allow them to use AI? They're going to take all of 5 minutes to finish the assignment, and then you will be tasked with the task of bringing in an AI content detector to figure out which of the students used how much of AI to actually complete their assignments. And it is unfair on the teachers, it is also unfair on the students. So if we want to have AI into our classrooms, the assessments have to change. The assignments have to change. Maybe we can no longer assess just the product, but we should also be assessing the process. We must have better systems in place to monitor the entire process. The student can leverage AI tools, but the student who gets the highest score is probably the student who has smartly combined 2 or 3 AI tools to get the job done, and who can also clearly explain how this process went on. Because at the end of the day, when our students really go into the job markets, we want them to be equipped as to how they can use AI, and where else can we do that than in our classrooms. But this will ask for a huge change in the way we do things in the higher education ecosystem, is what I feel. So I think I'm already on way on the 20-minute mark. So this is my concluding statement. The problem is not AI. The problem is how we are looking at AI. We want AI to take over all the mundane jobs, all the redundant parts of research and teaching, so that our researchers and teachers have much more time on their hands to do the critical thinking, the higher order thinking, and more jobs that make them human, and also to really play to their strengths as a human being, I would say. And this is where you can find me beyond the session. And I know I did not list out a lot of AI tools, as Dr. Rajesha mentioned, but this is a place where you will find nice collections of AI tools for all your requirements around research and teaching. I normally collect these small 5-10 lists of 5-10 AI tools for each aspect of research and teaching. And this is also a nice way to stay connected beyond the session as well. So thank you for this opportunity to be here. Handing over the session back to Dr. Jisha.
Yeah, thank you, Kulveen ma'am, and thank you, Samya ma'am. It will be a cliche if I say it is an informative session, but I was literally noting down all the points when you are saying more about AI tools and the prompts you have depicted in the slides. It was truly informative, and Kulveen ma'am too. So we have few questions for both of you.
Okay.
So I guess, so Kulveen ma'am, it is important for academia. So the first question of participant is, should universities and research institute set ethical boundaries on how AI to be used in education as well as research? What is the role of universities in that?
Dr. Kulveen, you have to unmute yourself. You are still muted. I think she's not able to unmute.
I'll just do that. 1 second, huh? 1 second. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So there are two sides to it, Jisha. While on one side, universities are extremely enthusiastic about including AI in curriculum, most of the discussions at the moment in universities in Southeast Asia, in humanities and social science, including communication studies, are around, AI-enabled curricula, AI-empowered curricula. But on the other hand, when it comes to ethical, codes and conducts or guidelines for teachers and researchers at the university level, we are still, unfortunately, at the nascent stage. We are adopting some of the ethical protocols from outside India, outside Southeast Asia, like, for instance, AI detection. In research has been now taken very seriously for doctoral research as well. Most of the AI, most of the theses which go out to the evaluators they carry AI detection reports, besides other academic plagiarism, tools and indicators that we've been using for quite some time. That's one. But per se, universities are still in a very, in that sense, nascent stage to be able to figure out how to introduce the element of ethical conduct. in writing, there are various aspects to research, like even Dr. Soumya was telling you that, I've always said, assistive technologies, AI as an assistant to be able to manage my information, my studies, my related information from all around the world would be a delight. As an instructor, I want to forego my role as an instructor to someone who's a mentor, a more critical co-learner in today's situation. However, many a times there are a lot of the data itself which is thrown out by the AI trained models, or the collated information which comes out is so problematic that it requires manual inspection. So when it comes to the ethical guidelines of consent, of freedom from bias, of copyright, of authorship and ownership, unfortunately, universities are still in the discussion mode. We are trying to come out with, interventions which are more plausible, number one, for researchers to be able to adopt. And on the other hand, these are also, enduring guidelines, because what's happening with AI in teaching and learning processes is it's radically changing after every 3 months. After every 3 months, we have a new way of looking at it, and we are grappling with newer challenges, right? In that situation, we have to find a space wherein we can create, guidelines which are more enduring. So that endurance is something which most of the policymakers, along with the peer group of educators, at least in government or public sector institutions, that's what they're working on at the moment. No such white paper as of now.
So adding to this, Dr. Soumya ma'am, do you feel any challenges or ethical universities or legally or ethically they are facing to issue or implement boundaries in academia?
So to start off with the AI content detectors that Dr. Kulveer mentioned, these AI content detectors right now are the most problematic equipments that we can have when we are trying to verify a student's work, I would say, because these content detectors, they are flawed simply because how do you differentiate between a human written content and an AI written content? They look for very arbitrary flags like, okay, so are all the sentences of the same length? Are all the sentences equally complex? Are there words like nuance, delve, for instance? So if an author uses too much of delve or nuance or no such ChatGPT favored words, then the content gets flagged as AI generated content. But what if your student happens to be Dr. Shashi Tharoor, for instance? So there are people who write with such complex thoughts and with such complex words by default. So I believe AI detectors are not really sufficient when it comes to detecting, or AI detectors are not the only method that we could use to see if our students are actually using it. But having said that, so how else can we make sure that our learners are using AI in the right context? I believe this can come only with sensitization rather than having policing mechanisms, which kind of makes the educator and the learner at war with each other. The classroom has to be much more open for discussions, especially around the ethical use of AI. We will have to show the way to our learners as to how they can use AI in the right sense ethically, so that, and also be a part of the process in developing the guidelines. So the guidelines themselves cannot be rigid at the moment because, as Dr. Kulveer said, the scenario is changing way too often. So it's like it's changing every 2 months, 3 months, and so on, which means the guidelines also have to be flexible. The guidelines right now also should be a kind of an open document where we keep annotating the rules, where we keep adding and subtracting things until we find that nice, stable document or a set of rules and policies that we can use. And maybe this cannot start at a larger level. This cannot be something that comes from the top to the institutions. I believe this has to start at the grassroots level, and then it has to be consolidated as a national framework or something on those lines, I believe.
So, as suggested, you mentioned grassroots level, na? So there is another question by Nitara, that is, should AI be integrated into early childhood education? Maybe you are suggesting the students need to implant and they need to continue using AI for their academic career or academics. So should AI need to be integrated from early child education? What's your thoughts on that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
So,
quickly, oh, sorry, Dr. Pulleen, please go ahead.
Jisha, I am currently engaged in a project on digital media literacy of children and adolescents, and my experiences of participatory research with them tell me a story which is, which has both sides to it. At the moment, I would be extremely cautious of using, AI or, any such language models for educative purposes because there was an experiment which we did, a basic technology holiday or device holiday, and then engaged in some of the creative communication exercises with the children to be able to understand their thinking processes, their understanding or their worldview. Uh, and in that process, I would suggest that at present, distance from technology is healthy. And, so we have to be very careful in introducing. I'm not suggesting any ban. I'm not suggesting any total dissociation, but distance from technology and artificial intelligence because it's way too tempting at that age. So I would allow them to grow, to understand themselves as individuals, as societies, as cultures and subcultures first, and then to engage with artificial intelligence at a more mature level, wherein, like Dr. Soumya said, wherein we can create that partnership of, understanding ethical or figuring out ethical codes together. So that will take some time, not at the school level.
Anything?
Yeah, so I guess Dr. Kulveer put it very succinctly. So yes, I am also not an advocate for introducing AI at a very early stage. Maybe school children don't need AI at the moment. It is important that these kids learn the basic skills of finding information, compiling the information, and presenting it in a written form or in other forms without AI to start off with, and then they can slowly be introduced to the use of AI to supplement what they already know. And this, to me, also applies to the research scholars even. So even when it comes to the research scholars using AI, I feel that it is important that they initially learn the conventional ways of building a manuscript, building an argument, building a research project, for instance, before AI has to come into the play. So yeah, in short, I would say AI has to really wait, and school children have to be taught to have all these skills in a conventional sense before they can be introduced to AI.
Definitely, we will be stopping, or gradually human intellect will be stopped when we are starting AI in early education. So as Soumya ma'am said, you mentioned about researchers need to know about the guidelines they need to follow while using AI tools. So do you feel that that's depending upon your opinion, ma'am? Do you feel AI in research can be a cheating process, or we are not providing a genuine or original result to the outside or to contributing enough to the world? So do you have a difference on opinion on that?
Okay, so Dr. Kulveer, you want to take it up first? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I wouldn't yet label it as cheating, but this is very, very complicated that I can say. So AI in research works better if you're already an expert. And it becomes really disastrous if you are a new researcher just starting into the process. So say, for instance, as someone who has had experience in doing literature reviews for a decade or so now, I can easily figure out if an AI is giving me the right resources. And I can define what a right resource is. I already know that, okay, my resources have to come from such and such a place, and this is how these resources have to be summarized. So I have this basic idea as a researcher who has been doing this in the non-AI era as well. And what I do with an AI is something very different from what a young researcher would do with AI. So there again, the researcher has to be sensitized to what exactly the process is, what exactly is a literature review. Where can you find your sources? How should you be extracting the information? What is paraphrasing? What is plagiarism? And why exactly are these things important? And how do you avoid them? Not simply by, say, for instance, when we are talking about plagiarism, it is not just simply changing sentences. It is not just restructuring sentences to make sure that you don't get caught by Turnitin. So avoiding plagiarism has a root reason to it. And unless the researcher understands the reason, they are just going to look at plagiarism as a simple cosmetic change that they have to make to escape the perils of Turnitin, which will be very wrong thing for a researcher to learn at the very young stages. So I would say AI can be integrated into the process at the research level, but the basics still have to be taught, or the researchers have to be encouraged to learn the basics, why some things are done in a certain way before they start using AI. And AI is better if you're already an expert or a semi-expert, and AI could be very disastrous when you hand it over to a researcher who's just starting.
So let me add to what Soumya was saying. My basic, conviction is that you cannot delegate as a researcher. If you start delegating reading to a language model, the problem begins. So if you think that, the AI is going to read on your behalf and summarize it and going to serve you instant, summaries, and therein from there onwards, you can carry on with problematizing your research, then I guess that defeats the entire purpose of undertaking research. So reading is to be done by the researcher. So that has to be done in, if I may say so, in a conventional manner from the non-AI era, wherein you read, you understand, you ideologically situate yourself, you locate yourself as a researcher. Once you've done that, and then you can manage. See, what AI can help you with is, getting you access, getting you, inform you about availability of various studies, of various, reading materials from across the world, which are similar to your body of work. So where do you come from as a researcher? What is your ethos? What is your central idea, your argument? That has to come from conventional sources of information, especially books. So there is no such replacement. If you're looking for replacement of books as a researcher in the form of various kinds of bots and trained models, then that is not a great idea. That should be discouraged. Encouragement only comes. See, if you've grown as a researcher into the last phase of your research, and that is where you're looking for a management assistant, then chatbots can be of huge help. If you're looking for some kind of analytical, sub-analytical, assistance, chatbots and other trained models can be of great help. But then again, these trained models, which trained model are you taking? Have these trained models been sensitized in your domain of knowledge? Is very, very important. Have they been trained to understand your problem, your research problem? So that's where it is a journey as a researcher. For the larger part of your journey, if you're a doctoral researcher, stay away, read on your own. It's very, very important. No replacement, please.
I guess prioritizing efficiency over complexity will be fine by using AI in academics. We have some more questions, ma'am. So this question is by Ashwini Nair. If we are stopping our students from early introduction to AI for education, how do you think the foreign students competing us in, say, for example, in technological knowledge, how will they compete with us? Like Europeans and other countries have started giving students tablets and tools for AI from Standard 4 itself. So when we Indians are stopping students from using that, so how can we compete with them?
I think primarily we have to draw some distinctions between technology enablement or technology enabled education and AI, right? We're not advocating, nowhere did we suggest that you completely keep school education device free. That's not the suggestion. Uh, Computer education, technology education is being provided and will be part of the curriculum. It is the AI which has to be, which is allowing people to do, jobs of thinking or critical engagement is where we're drawing the line. So we have to handle this whole technology environment in the digital scape with a lot of care and draw distinctions between AI and digital literacy and computer literacy, technology enabled education. All of these are distinctive domains of understanding which have to be looked at differently.
There, I guess Dr. Kulveen got the gist of it there. So to add, I believe learning does not always need technology. So you need, say computer literacy or technology literacy is mandatory, but then to learn science, you don't always need technology. People have learned science through illustrations, through books. They have learned it much more deeply than we do right now. And so these are two different things. Learning and technology are two different things. Technology can enable learning, but then it is not always mandatory. So yes, we can still have our tablets, we can still have our computers, but how reliant are we making our kids on these systems, especially on the AI systems? So let them have their tablets. Let them go ahead and do a simple search to find the information. But the problem is, I guess, over the next years or so, the traditional search engines that we had will slowly get phased out because now you can no longer get the traditional results on a Google anymore. Google is now supercharged with AI. And if I have a daughter, and if I ask her to go Google for some of the resources, I believe she's going to end up seeing the AI summary as the top result from Google. And I'm pretty sure that these kids are going to be tempted to use the summary rather than go into the sources that are listed way below to do their own research and find the information. So in that perspective, I think even though it sounds a bit outdated, I would say let's take our kids back to the learning phase, give them books, give them printouts, give them screens, maybe not screens enabled with AI right now. Let them learn. Let them first understand what reading is, what learning is, what writing is, and then let us introduce AI at a much later stage would be my take, considering that we no longer have these trusted conventional search engines anymore.
Also, I'd like to suggest one more thing. AI can be hugely helpful in, in higher education institutions when it comes to practice-based research, especially, let's say, in streams like communication studies, anthropology, where we're trying to build social experiments and quasi-experimental designs. That is where, for production of content, or reproduction of content, AI tools are extremely enabling. You can create videos, different kinds of experimental videos in shorter time. But after that, the process of engagement as a researcher, it can be more human centric. So this amalgamation of creating, products or media texts through in practice-based research through AI can be a facet explored by the researchers.
And by educators as well, I would add. So AI is great for the teachers. So I want AI in the classroom, but on the teacher's side, not on the students' side.
Not exactly. Same here. So we've been using a lot of tools to teach, but on the other hand, we don't want those tools to be used without care.
Right.
There are more questions coming from research scholars. So I just ask one question. There are more questions. I will just ask you one question. It is how research scholars can ensure credibility and authenticity in their work, like research methodology across discipline. What are the responsibility the researchers need to have need to understand with consider the security implications of the tools they are using? Actually, that is two questions. How can they ensure credibility and authenticity, and as well as that, how can they take measures to understand about the security implications for using that?
To begin with, it all depends upon the research problem you've taken up, right? So it's very, very important to root your research problem, like I said, in conventional ways of learning, in understanding, and critically immersing yourself through, ways of reading. So once you have that, what is your approach to research needs to come from the socio-cultural situation you are engaging, you're problematizing your research in. Once you have that, this would then allow you to naturally arrive at the methodology. And your understanding of methodology has to be coming from not only the discipline, because we are living in interdisciplinary times, but also the trajectories which are opening up for the objectives you've ascertained or the gaps you've identified. So try to limit the role of AI till this stage, right? From there onwards, then you can engage. But on the second issue of security, it depends again on the AI, the training of the AI. Number one, because security concerns are huge as researchers at the moment. Almost every researcher is struggling with trying to figure out how secure, how enough, how non-skewed is the data, especially I am a social media researcher, and I can tell you this is something. If I have to generate a prompt to build a code to extract data for a particular campaign, there is a question which looms large in my mind all the time, that where am I getting the data from? Whether this particular data is skewed, or whether it then subscribes to the normal probability guidelines. So these are questions we grapple with, and that is why it's very important that you start off with manual generation of extraction processes, and then supplicate it with AI, or then match it with AI. So it's very important that you have these parallel ways of collecting, extracting, scraping data at different levels.
So I'm going to take up just two words from the question. So the first is authenticity. How do you ensure that what you do is authentic? The simple answer is you do it by yourself. So if you are the one leading the narrative, leading the conversation, that is when authenticity will happen in terms of picking your research questions, in terms of how you do the research, and also then say how you write your thesis or how you write your papers. So this is where you should, as Dr. Kulveer mentioned, you should be very, very cautious with how you use AI, because AI is biased, not just in the social sense, but also in the way that it can access research. Say, for instance, these AI tools we are talking about, all the data extraction tools that we are talking about, they only have access to the open access papers, just like how you and I do. They don't have access to the subscription-based papers or the paid papers, simply because these AI companies have not established a collaboration with some of these publishers to have access to these papers. So where is the majority of the information coming from? When you ask a question to one of these AI tools, the answer is coming majorly from open access literature. And we all know that open access literature is highly problematic, because open access literature, several publishers, most of the publishers, if I may say, they run with profit as their major goal, which means these literature, they come from a bit of lax peer-reviewed processes. Therefore, this information is not as good, as robust as the information that comes from other literature that has had a very strong peer review. So when this happens, it becomes really problematic when you depend solely on the information that comes from AI tools. This is where you must be using AI tools as the kind of the first line of getting a few answers, but then that is not sufficient. You cannot stop there. You can start with AI, but it does not stop with AI. You will have to go beyond AI, find those hidden papers, find those papers which are not popular, find those papers that are controversial, and then bring this all together in your research and writing. That is when your work will become authentic. The second part of the question, to pick up the single word of security. So how do you ensure that data is secure? So say, for instance, when I'm talking about a literature search tool, I don't have to worry much about data security because this tool is just a kind of an intermediary that is bringing information that already exists. But what happens when I'm using a tool for proofreading or paraphrasing or a tool to check for the validity of my manuscript? Here, I'm entrusting my data, a year or so of my work in the form of a manuscript into an AI tool. So this is where you will have to do your own research. Don't just Google for an AI tool and start using it, but rather look at the AI tool. Look at the people who are behind the AI tool. There are very few AI tools that have strong academic backing or run by companies which have had quite a reputation in the field for 5 years, 10 years or so. So if there is a choice between two tools, if one of the tools is pretty new, as enticing as it might be, if you have an alternative tool that is built by a company that has had a reputation, then I would go into the policies of the company, the data security policies, and I'll also do my research to see if there are any cases of data breach that has been reported earlier before I entrust my manuscript into these tools. You cannot take someone else's judgment here because this is your work. You lose years of your work and your manuscript to a data breach issue if you do not do this homework by yourself. So always research the tool when you are handing over your own data into an AI. This how I will do.
Thank you, ma'am. Nilaksha ma'am, any more questions that we can possibly ask from the participants?
I think I think that's it. I have not received more questions. These were the questions, yeah.
Both of you for giving your valuable information, insights on AI. So from the streamlining research process to transforming learning, teaching, and education and supporting educators, AI is definitely going to play and is still playing a significant role in academia and for the future of academia as well. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing your thoughts, Dr. Kulveen ma'am and Dr. Soumya ma'am. So we also, from the part of our set, we also extend our gratitude to the management. From the management, we are extending our gratitude to Dr. Soumya Rani and Dr. Kulveen Tran for their, and I thank our set management for their support in making this session possible. So dear participants, I will share thoughts. I'm getting more questions, I guess. Okay, I will share this. They are expecting PPT, I guess. If we could share the PPT, both of us could share the PPT so that this participants can refer the ideas that's shared by you. So if it's possible.
Maybe I'll just share along a note.
Yeah.
Not the actual PPT. Yeah, we'll share some. I'll share some materials that they can.
Yeah, obviously they are expecting the prompts, engineering, and they mentioned about the prompts, DeepSeek, and specific tools that you mentioned regarding AI.
Maybe I'll share along a list of tools that can be used for research writing and publishing. That could be more useful.
Yeah, sure. And Kulveen ma'am, to please share your thoughts, your PPTs too, so that the participants can refer.
If I can be honest with you, this weekend I'm shifting residence. So at the moment, you just have to give me some time because I have to make sure.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. So after some time, I'll share.
Yeah, please take your time and please share your PPT so that the students are so eager to refer your PPT for future. So thank you, ma'am. Nilaksha ma'am, anything to add?
No, that's all, ma'am. It was very enlightening, and I am very. I'm also planning. I've signed up for PhD now, so this is something that is very interesting, and there are a lot of takeaways from your conversations. And we'll definitely keep that in mind as I move forward, and as I think all of us move forward. So thank you so much for being on the panel, Soumya ma'am and Kulveen ma'am. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much,
and I
ma'am.
hope we can engage in any kind of future programs as well.
If we can, just because it's Women's Day, let's just add that how Meera Murati, the Chief Technical Officer, since we talked about two men who were part
Yes.
of the OpenAI, but it was Meera Murati, in 2022, from 2018 to 22, she was there as part of OpenAI and was involved in GPT. And also, she was the one who advocated ethical considerations for AI for the first time, and she's been doing it ever since.
Women, it's always women power everywhere. So that's the best thing to go about it. All right. Over to you, Jisha ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So I guess Dr. Soumya ma'am and Dr. Kulveen ma'am can so that I can just invite the technical. I will just share the information regarding the technical session for all the other participants.
Yeah. Thank you so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you
Thank you so
ma'am.
much for being a part of the session.
See you then. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, ma'am. Bye, Soumya ma'am. Bye, Kulveen ma'am.
So dear participants, the technical session will begin by 1:45. At sharp 1:45, you need to sign into the Zoom link after the lunch break. Kindly schedule your time accordingly regarding your presentation. Please keep the limit that is 7 to 10 minutes is your time allotted. So you can finish up by 7 or 8 minutes for 2 minutes. So please keep your presentation accordingly. Looking forward to your engaging session ahead. I'll just call out the names who are for the day 2 session 1. That is Ashana Mishra. I will just read out the registration number: DGMC 04, DGMC 21A, DGMC 21B, DGMC 50, DGMC 17, DGMC 24, DGMC 18, and DGMC 33. So these participants, please be prepared by sharp 1:45. Please log in your Zoom link by 1:30 after your lunch break. We don't expect any sort of delays, and please keep your PPT on time and your presentation on time. From 2 to 4, this day 2 session 2, we have registration numbers DGMC 03, DGMC 0.
Sorry, the second session starts at 3 o'clock. So 1:45 to 3, we have the first session. Second session starts at 3 to 4. And we will have it in breakout rooms. Jisha ma'am, you can continue with the registration numbers.
Yeah, DGMC 03, DGMC 01, DGMC 19. Under DGMC 19, we have A, B, C. DGMC 08, DGMC 27, DGMC 12A, 12B, DGMC 16, and DGMC 45. So thank you. We will meet by 1:45. Please log in at the earliest after your lunch by at least by 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
those who have joined, we will shortly begin our session. Please wait for a few minutes. We will start soon.
Hello, Shweta ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi,
Hope
ma'am.
I'm audible.
Welcome. So Dr.
Hello,
Nisha
ma'am.
will be
Yes.
taking forward the session with you. And Dr. Nisha, I hand over to you now. You can start the session, please.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the second day of our fifth international conference to the technical session. So, starting with our co-chair, Dr. Shweta Gaur ma'am has joined us. Ma'am, welcome to the conference. And thank you for being there. So I will start with a brief introduction of our chair and co-chair for the day. And the chair for us for today's session is Dr. Salim Javed. Dr. Salim Javed, Associate Professor and HOD of Department of Journalism and Mass Communication Studies from Lingaya's Lalita Devi Institute of Management, Delhi. So, having worked in the film and television industry for 10 years, Dr. Salim Javed has been into academics for a very long time. And he's working as the head of the department, and he is an associate professor at the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at LLDIMS, affiliated with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Delhi. He not only loves teaching but also wants to get back to the very roots of his subject matter and produce content that is ingenious and visionary for a significant and in-depth understanding of industry he serves. For films, and he is a curator of many filmmaking workshops. He has written many chapters and is in the process of writing a book as well. He is an IQAC coordinator and he has secured a NAC A+ grade for his institute in 2024. He also created an online course, Introduction to Television Production and Journalism, for the DTH SWAM Prabha MHRT and regulatory contributes to the CEC UGC Delhi Center. He will be joining us shortly, but till then we will continue and let me introduce Dr. Shweta ma'am to all present here. Dr. Shweta Gaur Sharma, academic and media professional with extensive experience in journalism and mass communication, currently serving as an associate professor at Lingaya's Lalita Devi Institute of Management and Science, affiliated to IP University. She has been actively contributing to academia since 2015. Dr. Sharma holds a PhD from Pacific University, Udaipur, and has published numerous research papers on media, women empowerment, youth culture, and the impact of ICT. Her diverse industry experience includes roles at Bhavna TV, Jagran Patra, Total TV, and All India Radio, where she worked as an anchor, reporter, and she has interviewed prominent personalities, coordinated with NAC audits, organized industry visits to media houses, and led cultural activities as the head of the cultural committee. Dr. Sharma has presented research papers at national and international conferences and actively participated in workshops and faculty development programs. With her dynamic skill set spanning print and electronic media, strong coordination abilities, and a proactive approach, she remains a dedicated mentor and a driving force in shaping the next generation of media professionals. Ma'am, once again, welcome to the conference, and we are on.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So now we will be moving on with our technical sessions, that is paper presentations. And before we start with paper presentation, there is a reminder to each and everyone to kindly take care of the time frame. Out of 10 minutes, like each paper presenter, they are supposed to have 6 or 7 minutes for presentation. And in 3-4 minutes, the review can be done. So if we keep the track of the time, things will go smoothly and we will be able to adhere to the schedule as well. So having said that, let us move on to the first paper presentation for the session. Registration number DGMC 04, Ashna Mishra ma'am, and her paper title is Moral Machines Navigating the Ethical Crossroads of Artificial Intelligence in a Human-Centered Society. Miss Ashna Mishra, are you there?
Ma'am, is it possible? If they have to complete within a time frame, so they have to at least read their abstract first, then
Yes.
objectives, the methodology, as well as if there is some graph which is very important, they can discuss it with over there, and then conclusion. That is that they at least include all these points, hopefully.
Yes, and we really hope that they have kept it very to the point that they can include all these aspects also, and we can take care of the time as well. So yes, all these things they should be presenting. So can we have Miss Ashna Mishra?
It's not there. Please, the next one.
Next, yes. The next one is DGMC 21A and 20B, Purvashri Bandekar and Riya Joshi, AI for Social Good.
Hello.
Yes, Miss Riya.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, we are audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please take your time and you can start with the presentation.
Sure. Please let me know if the screen is, if you can see my screen.
Yes, the screen is visible. Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with our presentation. Good afternoon, all. Happy Women's Day. Um, the title of a paper is Understanding the Influence of AI Literacy on Opinions for AI for Social Good. The presentation is by Ms. Riya Joshi, myself, and Ms. Purvashi Bandekar. Okay, so AI4SG, as you can see written on your screen, is an abbreviation that is used for the term AI for social good. United Nations has prescribed 17 sustainable developmental goals, which includes poverty eradication, healthcare, better education, and one of those goals is social good. Basically, um, devising policies in a way that we can promote social good, we can promote social well-being. The subfield of this is using AI as a means to promote social good in society. When that happens, obviously, as we have heard in other papers earlier, there are ethical concerns in AI. There will be biases. So, which is the most best way, clean way possible that we can promote social good is the main aim of AI4SG. Uh, while going through the literature, we were reading about this topic. What was found is AI literacy is was one thing that was influencing, but none of the papers mentioned it very clearly. So, if I go by the definition, AI literacy refers to the ability to understand, evaluate, and engage with AI technologies effectively. In the sense, AI literacy is whether do you understand what is the technology, what is the use of it, and you are able to use that technology to its best in the best way possible. Like for example, the basic way, like on WhatsApp, there is an AI assistant or called Meta. So, are you able to use Meta? Do you know how to use Meta? Do you know how easy it is for you to use Meta in order to reach to your goal or whatever you are searching for? It makes your search easier. It helps you use the keywords to find your search. So this is AI literacy, whether you know what it is and you are able to use it in the best way possible. However, a lot of the papers that focus that did speak about AI literacy having some kind of influence on social good were mainly focusing on people who are technical experts. Like AI literacy was basically used by technical experts, those who are in the field of technology and who understand AI and are using AI. So what we actually wanted to understand whether first thing AI literacy does it play a role in the in AI 4SG, in the sense when we say that AI can be used for social benefit, you should understand first what is AI, what you can do with it. So that is AI literacy. So, we want to understand whether it plays a role in understanding that, and also since a lot of papers focused on technical experts who can use AI, we wanted to focus on the general population, whether they are able to if they are able to understand AI and if they know the social benefits that AI can also have.
Okay, so the literature review, we refer to this paper called Wang and Fang survey, which talked about they divided the applications of AI for social good into 8 key sectors, which were healthcare, education, environmental sustainability, countering misinformation, social care, urban planning, public safety, and transportation. So, ensuring that AI systems align with all the societal values such as fairness, transparency, and accountability is very crucial. And AI should be developed in ways that prioritize the well being of all the individuals. Betrol Elephant and Banu's multi-level governance talked about ensuring that responsible AI use is layered, yeah, is done across various levels that team, organizational, industrial, national, and international levels. This approach can be developed and implemented with transparency and accountability at every stage of it. Next, is Berish Nishit's and Suzuki's Takt framework, which talks about harmony. Harmony is a key consideration for AI systems, which ensures that AI contributes positively to human relationships, fostering social good and inclusivity.
Okay. So for this, for this, we used the survey method. Snails for All is a standardized questionnaire which we sent via Google Forms. Snails for All is the questionnaire that is mainly for non-technical experts or non-experts of AI. It was a general questionnaire. Here are some of the sections that it had. It had four main subsections, which is recognizing AI, understanding AI, and interdisciplinary functions of it. General AI versus narrow AI, as in, do you have a general understanding or do you have a specific narrow understanding of AI? An example of an item from that from this particular subset is humanities have no place in artificial intelligence. So humanities being the narrow AI, whether people were able to answer on this. What AI can do, that was the third section, and the fourth section or the fourth subscale was how AI works. So based on these subscales, it was a 52 item questionnaire that was sent across via Google Forms. The questionnaire has an age limit of 16 to 50 years, which we had maintained. We were able to get data for 36 participants. The data analysis, we involved a mixed method approach where Snails for All questionnaire is a quantitative um, the scaling is quantitative. The response was taken as true or false. Based on that, we summed the score and we got the AI literacy score for each individual or for each participant. So we did qualitative analysis of that to get and we got a correlational study along with it in the Google questionnaire. We had a last question which was about their opinion on AI for social good, which was an open-ended question. So the analysis for this was we read their responses and we categorized into positive response, negative response, or a neutral response for AI.
So the findings indicate that there is a strong correlation between AI literacy and public perceptions, which is opinions on AI's role in societal good. Pearson's R is 0.69, which is statistically significant, which says higher AI literacy correlates with more positive opinions on AI's role in social good.
So, since we were able to find a positive correlation between AI literacy and optimistic use, which is your positive use for AI social good, it basically indicated that those individuals who had a higher AI literacy were able to understand the role of AI in social good. They were able to understand that, which implies that public awareness for AI is an important factor when we talk about people understanding social good or understanding the ethical use of AI also. And low AI literacy rate definitely was seen with more misconceptions or doubt about AI. Another observation over here was also that those who had closer to 16, the younger population, had a higher AI literacy rate, which in turn showed that they had more positive views for AI, and those with on the higher side of the age bracket had a lower AI literacy.
Okay, the limitations of the study were the small sample size, which affects the generalizability of the results. This means that the results may not be as applicable, yeah, we have not done on a broader population because of convenient sampling. And the strengths, the concentration on the less unexplored area of research on the relationship between AI literacy and social good, and implementing a mixed method approach. So because we did quantitative and qualitative, which gave us more comprehensive and robust results. Okay, so to conclude, so the result shows significant positive relationship between AI knowledge and favorable opinions on AI's ethical and responsible uses, which reinforces the necessity for widespread AI education and AI literacy among the general population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Surya and Miss Purvashri. Ma'am Shweta, over to you. Dr. Shweta?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what I find out already you mentioned in your PPT also that yours data is really very less, but I think you have to work on your data first of all, because within 38 sample size we cannot evaluate it. At least it can be minimum 200 to 300, then we can go for the conclusion, which you already mentioned in your PPT, which I saw it. Definitely, the strength of your paper is it is a mixed one way, and the your proper Google form is there. I can find out that it is a questionnaire with the proper way, and as well as definitely your conclusion also a good key. It is helping in AI education in the field of education, and also it will help future in the other forms like other sectors. So my suggestion is to please work on the sample size. That will be more effective.
Yes, yes, sure, ma'am. We also agree with it. We would like to have a bigger sample size for the same study as well.
Thank you. Otherwise, all the best and thank you. It's a very good starting for your paper.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay, so moving on with the presentations. The next we have is DGMC 15, Dr. Anjan Kumar Behra, leveraging AI for the preservation and Naga folklore, ethical deliberations. Dr. Anjan Behra, sir, time is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I am sharing my slides. Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, all right. So, okay, hello everyone. I'm Dr. Anjan Behra, and I'm presenting a paper leveraging AI for the preservation and evolution of Naga folklore, okay, ethical issues and deliberations. Now, I'll try to keep it short. I don't want to exceed the timing, and I'm connecting from a small district at Nagaland, so my internet connectivity is pretty bad. So I might disconnect, but I'm trying my best to stay online. So let's see how it goes. All right. So starting with the issue of AI, okay, using AI to conserve folklore, it's not really a new concept. And the two papers which I refer to for this, okay, preserving the past with AI, Carlton Ben, and from oral tradition to, to digital archives. What I could observe from these papers is that a number of apps have been used in the conservation of folklore, and these have led to similar issues or similar concerns over the past. Okay, that is, basically is who owns the folklore once it's integrated into an AI app, because AI rephrases, AI tends to use its own language, and so the originality factor definitely takes a backseat over here. So these are the kind of issues and deliberations which I came across from my reading of these papers, and I've listed on the slide here certain platforms, AI platforms, which have been used in the past across the world to conserve folklore. To move on, understanding Naga folklore. Now, since my paper looks at folklore from Nagaland, we'll take a look at what exactly is Naga folklore. So the Nagas, they are an indigenous ethnic group primarily residing in Nagaland, India, and I'm using the word primarily because even though Nagaland has its boundaries, there are Nagas who live in Myanmar as well, Assam, okay, Manipur. So that boundary set by the government of India doesn't really define the place where the Nagas live. They are an ethnic group. The best way to put it would be is that they are an ethnic group residing in that area. So their folklore basically is oral folklore. They do not have a script, and in fact, even to this day, very few Naga tribes have come up with a script, and their script uses the Anglo-Saxon, alphabet, English alphabets. So they don't really have a script. Now, being the absence of script, as is the case with majority of the tribes, right, tribal cultures, the folklore has been passed orally. And when you talk about the concept of authenticity, like if you talk about a folklore, let's say a folktale has been told to you, and then you want to trace its origin or its authenticity. Now, in terms of Naga